Okay, I guess I'm ready to stream. Feedback Friday, The Reckoning. Okay, you know what's going on. You know me. You know this channel. You know yourself, I'd hope. And if you don't, take a good look inside yourself and drop a fat track in hashtag feedback, because that's where it goes. Please don't. Oh my goodness, boy, funny you mentioned that, because I was feeling a lot of piss accumulating, a lot of hot stinky piss brewing up just for you, actually. Yeah, so join the stream. Start watching the stream now. The stream has started. You guys can come in now. Is everything right? Okay. See, I was concerned. I didn't see Meta in here right away. I was getting a little nervous. Because if Meta's not here, how do I know my life hasn't all been a lie? Okay. So I guess we just start. Shane is here. Shout out Shane for being here. He's the realist. Leotrix, Future Rhythm, Future Cyber Bleep Bloop. Let's hear it. Quite the beautiful waveform too. Looks very much like Rhythm. Sounding fat already, liking the beat and the melodies. Hello all. Not really a fan of how the snare's hitting, just in this context. Building up a bit. Maybe would have liked a bit more kind of development going on in the beginning. Another thing already, like the sub is just so non-stop. You know, I feel like you can give it some more power by lifting it off, you know, switching up notes. Very fast. All your sound design sounds very cool and bleep bloopy. But I can barely hear it because the sub is too beefy. Proportion. In my opinion. I really like that flow. Good variation here. If anything, just get that mix and master sitting right. Sub really just eating up, squashing. Lots of it. But yeah, intro is pretty interesting. Although sub, like I said, same here. You don't need to sub hitting non-stop. You can make it overflow with it, make it more interesting. It's okay. You don't need your track at exactly -2 loss. Maybe I think it builds good tension. I like how the stuff kind of falls out towards the end of the build. Could have maybe a bit more prominent risers. Could be interesting. Really like how you're bending this stuff around. Fake out 100 as well. That's the kind of vocabulary. I like the part where you went hard. Shane, I think you did submit something. What a brilliant idea. guess, like, kind of both provide if you want to compare it. I don't want to do that. Curious as to how you made the sounds. I know random amplitude in Vital does that. Another thing is, I mean, additive synths. That's gets you a lot of these with the additive sounds. It just goes hard. If I'll change anything, very obviously, like, don't have it as clipped, as squashed, compressed, limited, distorted, whatever. And in addition to that, the whole sub probably needs to come down in general. In addition to, bit too much sub in the intro. Maybe you could make it a bit more interesting rather than just full on nonstop. Snare feels a bit weird and dry, and could maybe just have a bit more interest and development. Maybe just like clearing up some room from the sub would do that on its own. You know, maybe we want to hear the more mids and high little beautiful melodies you have, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, but structure's on point. Like I mentioned about the build, could maybe make that a bit more interesting, but it gets the job done, right? And you know, if I say it gets the job done, I mean it, because I never say that ever. I've never said that. But yeah, give Sakura a follow for the bleepy, bloopy type of beat. Look, there it is. He said it himself. Yeah, fellas, drop the like on the stream. Why am I big, bro? Get me out. I'm mad now. I'm upset. But yeah, like I was saying, get the freaking likes rolling up, so the algorithm is pleased and boosts it to more lovely gentlemen just like us. I'm mad. What is up, people? Thanks for tuning in. Hope you all have plenty of bangers. I'm talking plenty. Never enough. Okay. Oh. J Meister. See, it started like the beginning one, but it kind of took a different turn. Let me turn this up. Cornucopia of bangers, truly. I like how it starts real sparse, subtle, trippy elements, kind of fleshing out. That sine wave you hit might come off a bit harsh. Real big loudspeakers. A little bit of a riser transition sound creeping in. Yeah. And absolutely finessed. Yeah, I really like how you took the time to change the tone and guided it through with that sound effect. Sounds like I might be hearing some sub and stereo though. Make sure you got the sub mono for the final. I mean, you want me to master it, so. Takes it out in the build. Yeah. Sub definitely hitting too loud and wide. Maybe the stereo width is what's causing that. Yeah, this is hitting so much nicer, arrangement wise. See, and I like, see, like the banana kind of riff always felt a bit weird to me, but I think just like having that big sub hit at the beginning of each bar glues it all together. Yeah, sub definitely too loud and wide. Another thing is, I don't know. I felt like it was groovy and vibable, but I'll maybe keep a bit slightly clearer riff. for this first kind of drop here. Yeah, utility sub-mono, it works. Nothing wrong with it. It makes it sound like, oh, if you have to use it, but like, it's just what you do. As far as I know. And it's breaking down here. Yeah. Gets a bit sparse here. But keeps it trippy. See, I'm unsure if this is like kind of break or a drop of its own. She simply tells Ableton he's in full command. Another thing is like, I feel like, I was gonna say you're afraid, but I don't know you. I don't know if you're afraid. But you could have some stuff span over some more bars, you know. You're having it so like a little sprinkle here, a little sprinkle there. Sometimes you just gotta lather it on, lather the sauce on. You know what I mean? You could have like a nice melody going over this whole beat to just give it a bit more, I don't know, substance. Not that it doesn't have substance, but you get what I mean. Bit more motif to it, and that could give it more like a break feel, or I don't know. I feel like having like drop after drop and then just kind of breaking it down here. I was expecting it to have more of a, well, break feel, you know, vibier section, less intense arrangement. Yeah. Send whips, send whatever. I ask that you send one track per fella though. Also, if your bass is similar to these, from what I can tell, it just sounds like real resonancy saw waves, or basic shapes, maybe squares. Low pass with resonance gives you that moist. Yeah. Only finished tracks, precisely. See, I like this part. It sounds iconic to me. That like ARP gives me a tense feel from the build. I feel like the low pass here might be a bit excessive. I get the feel you're going for with it, but there might be other more interesting ways to play with that. Yeah. Kind of similar thing to the arrangement here, you know? It just kind of feels like different drop after different drop. You know, while I like this section because it plays back to the beginning. You know, and I feel like if you're going to have this be a kind of like a chorus or like the main motif of the song, I would make sure that's really clear in the arrangement, probably have the most tension building up to it. And just have some indicator, you know, of like this part you want to be more intense, this part you want to be less intense. You know what I mean? I don't know how that would be, probably through the arrangement, but see, I'm not sure. A lot of improvement on it, but I still feel a bit weird. You see what I mean? It's just like drop, drop, drop. I want to feel like, all right, this is a bit of a mix out. This is a bit of the vibes. You know? Either that and or just make each section, I mean, not just flow into each other, but when I stop on this section, I'm like, I should be able to say, oh, what part did you like? Oh, I like the part that went wheel, You know, while I feel like it wasn't quite super distinct, while like this kind of melodic section has its own character, and this banana section really has its own character, but these two little chunks here, maybe they're characterized by like the squelchy bass, more of that action, you know, even though that's kind of throughout. You know what I mean, though? You know what I mean. Okay? Of course, nobody's answering. I'm talking to the screen, but you better be behind the screen saying, yeah, Bunting, I really know what you mean. And I like the track so much, you get 2 links. You get 2 self-promo links to your profile. But yeah, give the J-Mice to follow. I hope I didn't piss too much in the Wheaties. At least I'm not like shaking it off, you know, I'll shake it off somewhere else. Catch my drift. Bryson with the DMB whippity doodah whippity A. Very quick whippity. Coming in with the Squelchy Boys. We love the Squelchy Boys today. You sample me for this track, sounds a lot like me. So already, a few things. So it's not quite sounding in key, the vocal and your little man, dun, 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 that you would expect that to be in the key of Dan. Wait. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I wanted to plug in the piano so I can really get into it. So you're hitting the den 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 notes, right? But then you have and then your melody kind of comes in on there or whatever. Basically, it's kind of in key. I would maybe expect the key of D minor you would want to be around, or that's what your vocal would be in. You know, that is kind of the tonal center, like you see what I mean? Okay. But then this melody, ben, dun, 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 if you stopped it right here, you would want it to stop on ben, ben. You see what I mean? That's the note it wants to resolve to. That's the key. If you move up your dun, 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 by like 2 steps, dun, 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 then it would sound more in key. Your little melody sounds like it wants to be in like C major or minor, while vocal is in. Damn. You said I'm a guy who doesn't put stuff in key, but I don't care. I go hard anyways. Yeah, you're kind of like in multiple keys. It sounds like you're that's an E minor, you know. Really good flow and sound design on this. I liked it. Normies can't tell. I mean, it's not. I think sometimes people can't tell, you know, and most people, even with slight musical training, might not be able to say, oh, like your melody's in C major while this is in D minor and then the drops in E. But you're missing out on the potential satisfaction, you know, of those like melodies and harmonies properly resolving, you know, which is why we have stuff in key in the first place. Cool drops. So this drop is quite short compared to the first, and also feels like you kind of let up, you know. Just say it's experimental, classic. Yeah, so kick could definitely be louder, more present, maybe have some sidechain on it. Snare could be a bit louder. Hat's definitely quieter. Right now, they're the loudest drum, which is a no. A big no-no. It's okay, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. But other thing is, I think your hats, considering it's drum and bass, maybe you could have them a bit more interesting. You know, like have a little, like another, what it's like 8th notes or 16th notes, add a 32nd note, or just add another layer to it, you know, just a bit more velocity automation, and maybe just a bit more, you feel me, keep it more interesting rather than so straight. That cymbal came off quite loud. And also I would maybe like just kind of boost the mid-high end of your bass just a bit. Maybe you could add a bit of multiband compression. Maybe that would mess with the tone. But right now it sounds like the sub is just kind of all I'm hearing, while there's a bit of harmonics, which you could probably push up a bit more. It feels like it kind of ends on a weird note, you know? I mean, on a weird bar, you know? Make sure it's hitting that like 8, 16, 32 bar interval. Yeah, and you could probably fill up these just intros just a bit more. Just add a bit more, even if it's just like little like impact sound effects. More stuff to add some like harmonic context for the bam 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 bam, which would kind of add to the key thing as well. Flows on point though. Digging the sounds, digging the flows. Yeah. Cool track. Even with its imperfections. See, sometimes you gotta sit back and say it still slaps. Even though I hate it. No. Even though I have criticisms. And of course, second drop could, like I said, could be a bit longer, a bit more varied too, maybe. But I don't know. I like that flow and sound design, so don't have to do too much with it. Where's the like button? Okay, give him a follow. Boz track in the Discord, link right on the chat or in the description. Tea, meta. Drink tea. That's funny because I have tea right here. It's too hot to drink though, so I don't think I will. Thank you though, Meta. Vocals coming off a bit loud. Ooh. It's kind of hitting right though. I'm liking the kick with that side chain. Little droplet side chain, say one of those, not quite, but yeah, I think sub is generally a bit too loud. All you guys too loud with the sub, unforgivable. You know, because sub is fat. And it sounds good when it's loud, but mids and highs also sound good. Very beautiful melodies and all that stuff though. I want to hear it clearer. Shout out Bazona baby. No Bazona, Meta's mine. Get away from him. A bit of a build here after messing with the sub.
You are already dead.
Whoa. For whatever reason, I'm not about to dive into the theory, but it sounded like... Sounds like you're hitting, well, you're hitting B flat, but for whatever reason, I feel like it's hinting towards you see what I mean? Sound like it wants to resolve to that F, like it's an F minor. You know, and you even hinted it so hard, I felt. You were like, da, 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 da. You just feel? See, Saruda's not like me. He doesn't understand the intricacies of a sub that you can't hear. But then you can hit it like ban, dan, dan. Almost like you want to resolve to there, you know what I mean? Just make sure the tonal center, right? Big word, tonal center. Is clear, you know, like where you want your notes to feel tense and where you want it to resolve. Go ahead, tell Saruda he'll never understand the intricacies of a quiet sub. Verbatim. You know, as for key, just feel like if the song ended right now, what note would you want it to end on? You know, and that's the resolved note. That's how I kind of think about it, how I get a feel for the key. And if it was ending here, I would just want it bam, 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 bam. You feel? Bass music is overrated. Every sub is the same. So why would you want the sub to be the loudest in your track when it's the same every time? Think about that. Yeah. The other thing is I'll maybe have a bit more distinction in this, because even though all the stuff is beautiful, I feel like I want it to morph a bit more. You know, maybe have some little bits of silence. I hesitate to call them fills because then I just sound like a dude like, bro, this needs fills. And that's so lame. You know, like little bits, like think about it. Like you have little bits of silence with like Foley bits. People would think like, wow, production god. That's all you got to do. Just have a lush arrangement, take it out to silence. Nobody's ever done that before and it sounds really cool. How would I know? I'm just thinking about it. Not that I've done it because I said nobody's ever done it.
Dead.
Very slow hats. Maybe you can just have, you can have that strong hat beat, but maybe just something a bit faster, but it's very soft. Like that. Sample. Yeah. I just want to feel like it's like switching up or like crescendoing to this point. You know, the thing is you had so much time to, you know, build tension. It's not exclusive to just the build, you know, even though there's a big build marker on Ableton that I probably put there from my template. You know, you can have subtle risers here. You can like affect the whole thing rising up, you know, like add in some brighter sounds pushing forward. You feel what I mean?
You are already dead.
Yeah, and I feel like if you play around that tonic, that root note, that whatever note, the good note that feels good when you hit it, then it'll have a lot more cadence to it, and I would like it a lot. Okay, done roasting meta. He's his body could not take it any longer. He stopped fighting back. Oh my gosh. Is that a woman? Never seen one of those. That's all I can think of. I'm liking this sample. Jesus. Drums coming off very loud compared to these. See, it's good to have the drums popping, but it's also good to have the rest popping. Let me make sure this isn't too loud. Okay. There we go. Slightly better. Maybe too quiet now. I'm detecting maybe a bit too many mids in this sub bass. It's point it sounds getting a bit of a body feel, subjective, but and I would maybe mix that kind of sample chop with that bendy lead a bit closer. I don't know. Just me. Very interesting with percussion. Another thing though, I always say, like, I don't like when just like melody and then, all right, we got to develop the melody, let's add the drums. You know, I feel like there's a chance to like play around with it a bit more, add a bit more as it progresses. And the other thing is, I feel like you lost some potential satisfaction points, which is all that matters in music. You know, because I felt like you're at a fat beat here. I like this arrangement you had here, and then it's like, oh, beats building up, just like have such a fat drop, incorporating those elements. You know, you kind of switch it up, which is all right, but I was just hoping for something playing off this a bit more. If you can't join the Discord, DM me. This is my username. Or make a new Discord. Not that this arrangement is bad at all. You know, I just felt like I like that. And the other thing is, in arguing that this arrangement is bad, to argue, to play devil's avocado sorts. I just feel like there's more going on, you know, there's more melodic interest, there's more rhythmic interest, bam, 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 you know? This is just kind of beat with trippy sounds. Feel what I mean? I don't dislike this part, I just like this better. I'm saying a whole lot for only the first minute. But some of you guys' tracks are many. So. And I do like how you have it, you know, switching it up. It's not just the same business throughout. Like, I mean, it's not just a straight beat where it's like instrumental stuff, then drums and bass comes in, then it's instrumental stuff, and drums and bass come in. Chop coming in. See, like I said, I would like it to drop with that chops and lead, but maybe you could just make this part more interesting on its own. You know, just more cadence to it. There's not really any cadence, it's just kind of straight beat. Push and pull. More distinct rhythmic groove. More musical interests, whatever. I've said all the buzzwords, I think. Grasp something from that. Another thing is, it sounds like you're hitting your sub on F sharp while your melody is hitting bam, 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 which would be more around B flat minor. And I think that subnote would make more sense, unless you're going real jet. But even then, I feel like it wants to resolve to that B. So maybe play a bit more with that with the sub. Large vibes. Yes. Cool beat. Give Sonic a 33. The follow, of course. Another thing is, you can maybe drag out these kind of moments of tension, or like the risers themselves. You know, just make them a bit more wedged into the arrangement musically, rather than kind of just like, all right, read the tension at the end, riser. No, I don't blame. You see what I mean? And maybe not use the same sample. You know, like there's opportunity for interest, for novelty, for musicality at every little bit. Don't just call it a day and put a sample on unless you really think that sample serves the track, which a lot of times it does, you know. But you know what I mean? I just think you can really push things, you know, make every little element just sound cool on its own, and then say, oh wow. Say, oh wow. Because O-Town. I was also going to say maybe just a bit more variation and interest on these kind of breaks too, and I guess just variation in the drops too, since they ended up kind of being similar. But you know, I say it like, oh, I was gonna say this, but, and then I say it and then I'm like, but never mind. Like, that's so snarky of me. I was gonna say this, but how about I just say it next time? It's okay. I'm brave. I'm gonna be brave this time. Baby Wolf, this is looking pretty cool, this logo of sorts. Second half needs more. Thank you, Baby Wolf. Your tutorials have also changed me life and made sound design much more approachable. No, for real though, warms my heart to help you dudes out, to guide you through the process of banger creation. It's the least I can do. Nice pad with some cool Foley bits. I'm intrigued, although I would like it to begin its lovely development. Oh, I'm hearing a little bit of piano-y, reverse-y sounds. So you did the no-no, right? But it's not as much of a no-no in a sense, because I'm in a good mood. Because I like the vibes laid down. But basically, you just took the main instrumental and added the beat to it. But I felt like it made a bit more sense to do that, or it was just a bit more musical than most times. Because, you know, there's no real, like, rhythmic context for anything. It's all just kind of, what is it? There's like a musical word. It's basically like no tempo set, and then the beat comes in, kind of sets the tempo. But I think maybe you could have like teased the rhythm a bit right before it dropped in, or like had some type of little pre-drop type fill, even though, you know, could have made that drop a bit more satisfying. I got Joe, I'm petting him, he's giving me a lot of licks. He's giving Old Man Bunting, Old Man Bunster, sorry, plenty of licks. And a bit of chance for some more tension here. Another small pre-drop, it's pretty good. Plus size vibes. See, on this track, I'm not hearing enough sub for my liking. You must prepare the perfect dish. Perfect bean dish. Ooh. See, now I'm feeling that sub. Where was he hiding? Kind of liking the drums. Really like the kick. I like these low thumpy kicks, but the snare could definitely hit a bit louder, maybe a bit more transient too. Very much a vibe of a track. I feel like your basses, at least with the character of the basses, I think they're coming off a bit loud in the mix. That and the sub isn't really audible to be heard following them. They kind of feel like they're sitting on top rather than within said beats. Also, it's almost like you can bring these basses like an octave lower, you know? I don't hate them here, but maybe I would like them more. See, that's how I phrase it. Gotta be sneaky with it. Here's Joe. Here's Joe. Rat nuts. There they are. Rat nuts. Wait. There we go. Real life rat nuts. Joe likes the bead. Joe likes the baby wolf. Joe is a baby wolf. That's why he's so feral. Joe says hi cat. Hi Sonica 33's cat. Yeah, I think you can get these basses sitting a bit more in line with the rest and just kind of push them all, you know. I think just getting those sub, drums, basses all like glue, both in the arrangement and mix-wise, makes it slap right. I mean, that's kind of like saying, I think if you pour water in the cup, you can drink from the cup and there will be water in it. But you understand my figure of speech, I think. He ain't no Stuart Little, that's for sure. Yeah, it's too big. He said you're too big, you're a fat ass Joe. You eat too much. Why do you say that to Joe? That's so rude. Merman G, apologize. Can't believe you said all that. You could have stopped at the Stuart Little thing, but no. Yeah, outro might be a bit long. But yeah, I feel like you can do more in the arrangement to distinguish the drop from the rest, you know, and of course getting the mix sitting right will make those basses slap the face harder. I don't know, Joe looks really upset. He's so upset he's like licking on his balls and cleaning himself. He never does that. He's filthy. No, he cleans all the time. I lie. I lied about it all. Another one of my tricks. My classic Bunting tricks. And of course, you can have this section a bit more distinct. Because look, I've exposed you. These sections are very similar. I wouldn't be surprised if they were copy-pasted. Which I don't blame you for, but there's just more room to finesse the beat. And also, you know, it's kind of just like section, you know, which isn't inherently bad, but I often think that having nice transition sounds and just subtle elements to, like, you know, give it a push and pull, like it's like roller coaster. Or you remember like in elementary school when they were like, all right, this is how the plot of a book works. In English class, it wasn't teaching you books. I mean, it might have taught you some books, but it was actually teaching you bangers. You know, you need the rising action, the climax, all that business, unless you're too cool for that. In that case, why are you listening to me? You're way cooler than me. So, yeah. I really like the beat. I like the sound design as well. Like I said, want those basses sitting a bit more nicely in the mix. Yeah. Keep cooking up. The vibes were laid down. The beats were finessed. The buzzwords were said. Now, follow Baby Wolf, right? Because he's a new submitter. He deserves a little follow. Or a big one even. But my ball's whip. Let's just play it. Sipping the tea. Joe Big Balls. Lots of scary noises. I had to stop the speed early. I'm feeling a little scared. Might be some kind of harsh frequencies in that kind of distorted, weirdy bit. Might want to watch. Also, just generally coming up a bit too loud on that. While I much prefer these moist, textured, bassy sounds. Personally.
Oh, I can like play with my balls, like
That
yeah,
kind
my
of becomes
balls
a
are
bit
playing.
rhythmic. Riser. Beat slapping. I feel like I'll maybe like a bit more transient and kind of mid-range goofiness from the snare, if you catch my drift. The other thing is, I feel like the sound design is kind of sitting in the back compared to this drum and sub business. That, and also I'm not feeling a very clear riff. You know, the beat is fat. I'm feeling some rhythmic grooves coming through. But between the mix down and range, it just feels very washy to me. I got about 6. J Meister, forgive me for putting just a little piss in the weeds. I couldn't hold it in it. See, look, like I noticed a bit of riffage there. I felt like there was a good opportunity to just simply repeat, but you did not. Like, here it is. Here. Bam, 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 bam. And then repeat it. Brum, 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 brum. You know, you do the bum, 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 bum. You know, pitch it around a bit different. Keep the rhythm a bit more consistent. Baby Wolf, you can skip back in the stream to see your reviews right before this track. And also, you can rewatch the whole stream with the link in the description. That's where all the streams go to die. They don't die, they just sit in a barrel, an oak barrel to marinate. Like fine spirits or whatever. Similar feedback to the second drop, although I felt like I was able to distinguish a bit more. You know, repetition is not the enemy. Unless you're the guy whose enemy is repetition. In that case, I'm not your guy. Or I might be more than another guy, but some guys. No? Question mark? The other thing is, I felt like this break, I don't know. I was gonna say it's a bit short, but the other thing is, I feel like maybe, well, that kind of ties into the drop, you know? I was like, maybe make something a bit more distinct out of the intro. You know, you have a bit of kind of rhythms and riseriness coming through, but I'll maybe like a bit more of that a bit sooner. You know, just so it's not so washy and stuff. You know, I like a bit, but all things in contrast. Right, said me. So wise. It's the green tea got me speaking. Hope you get what I mean. Hope you don't think this guy has no idea what he's talking about. I'm taking my tunes to Saruda, who likes my sub bass volume. Hope you don't think that. But yeah, gnarly sounds, gnarly beats. Just want a bit more direction in those riffs so I can grasp them. And I was gonna say like yank them around and stuff, but I think the goal with music is not for the listener to yank around your beat, but for the beat to yank around the listener. Okay. Mycelium, bless your kind hearts and give them the kindest follow you have. Okay. Hello, Eva. Shamer, Wiggly Groove. A little something for this miss you homies. He's just looking at me weird. He's just squinting at me. Well, let's just stop by him now. I think this is a little bit of a Bunting sample on here. Maybe I'm projecting. Kind of going crazy. No, I really like that. See, Jackson says, I feel like I'm outside the club. The reason for that is the sub is just bussing a bit too loud. And pushing that compressor or limiter or whatever as well along with it. Joe, why are you looking at me weird? Joe, why are you looking at me weird? Go under your blanket. Go under your towel. He's being weird. I don't like it. But yeah, that would... I feel like the clap could be a bit louder too. See, look, I think structure-wise, see that this is kind of like the intro verse, and then I feel like it could go into like a bit of a pre-chorus. You know, you can switch up, maybe have it similar, maybe a bit different, you know, and then you could have like a whole chorus type thing. I'm getting like verse vibe. Or I could switch it like verse, pre-chorus, different melody, different whatever arrangement, and then the big drop where stuff opens up to be brighter and denser and slappier. You know what I mean? Nice chords in the beginning, cool effects. These little These little claps help build it up a bit, although I wouldn't mind this a bit more. Another thing is, I'm guessing this is you singing. In that case, it's very beautiful. Even if it wasn't you singing, I find it beautiful. But you can hear a lot of the noise on it. Something I do sometimes. Well, obviously you want to like eliminate the noise, like ground your stuff or whatever, which I don't know how to do, and I honestly don't do because I'm a fool. Also, you can go a bit lighter on the kind of like multi-band compression effects. That would help reduce some of that noise in the recording. And also, you can go heavier on the multi-band compression effects by getting the Reduce Ambiance Ableton preset, and that eliminates the noise pretty good, although it can mess with your vocal somewhat. Yeah, but when your full arrangement comes in, it's harder to notice. Yeah, this is a really good vibe. I would love to see it develop a bit more. Like I said, pre-chorus, chorus, whatever. Go crazy with it, man. I think this has a bunch of potential. A bunch. And of course, give Shamer, the Shamer, also known as Lil Dilly, a follow. Don't worry, he won't shame you. Aha. If you don't, but maybe you should, just in case. Needs a new intro, so ignore it. Man already has the Creative Commons. It's still a whip, but he gets it right. He gets everything in line. Big picture, work on it for show. Okay, let's hear what Macrodose has to offer. Some squelchy sounds right from the beginning. Lovely. With a bit of rhythmic drive to it. And Merman G's laughing at all my jokes tonight. Feeling like quite the comedian. Yeah. I don't dislike the original concept of the intro. I feel like the way you just kind of like wow felt kind of lazy to me. You know, could maybe do something similar to that, but with more risers stuff in the arrangement. Maybe like mess with the LFO so it's not kind of like being cut off before the filter even opens. But yeah, let's actually play the drop. Pretty fat drop, fat sounds, nice riff on it. I feel like you can get a bit more transient with your kick, at least for this style. I don't know. Thumbprint type beat. I feel like this variation isn't hitting super strong. So another thing is like how the sub is hitting. I feel like I would like it to follow your main basses a bit more and have a bit more call and response on it. It's kind of like hitting its own groove apart from the basses. Sometimes it follows, sometimes it doesn't. But I feel like I want the sub bass to really emphasize the call and response, you know, or just have call and response on its own. You know, brown. It almost sounds like it's hitting a different note. Sub bass as well. The other thing is you don't need it hitting so often, you know, you can lift off the sub for some fills and whatnot. Could maybe switch up the sound design on that main riff so it's not just you know, switch up the octaves, switch up how that filter is hitting, you know, just stuff to change the timbre slightly so it's not so little break here. know, something cool is you can maybe turn that kind of like sawy, textury, resonant sound. You know, you can play off that same kind of sound, but maybe open the filters a bit more slower, so it's kind of like a texture of its own, and then you kind of rise it up. You know, just ideas. Whatever you're doing. I like this kind of harmonic layered with your main wow wow. Unless you're an operator, your operator truly is bad. So yeah, there's definitely much more call and response at the beginning, which I think makes that a stronger drop. Even though sometimes I'm a fan of just the straight, like, slapping down a flow on them. You know, there's plenty of stuff you can do for variation, you know, switch up the LFOs or like the envelopes, you know, so it opens up differently. You know, just duplicate the patch, play with some knobs, and you'll get a whole new jaunts at the other end. Sending good vibes to yeah, here we go. Let's hope the little guys don't have other plans than the EP, which they always do, so. Yeah, just more variation in this beat. The beginning is really solid. You know, I think there are plenty of sounds available, just to the point that if you just duplicate and switch them up, you'll have unlimited fat sounds, and you know, maybe a bit more call and response here as well. But again, maybe the variation could help with my perceived lack of sauce. Yeah, and also don't forget what I said about the sub. You know, make sure the sub just follows the stuff and follows whatever in a way that has a good cadence to it. And of course the intros too. Yeah, I mentioned like turning that kind of squelchy tone into its own like riser texture, transforming magical thing. Yeah, give macrodose a follow. Like even just like you have the wow 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 kind of straight flow there. You know, if you just have wow 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 wow, even just a little something at the beginning of the bar makes it a lot more palatable. Even though that's so overplayed, oh my gosh, God forbid you do what sounds good. No, that was me mocking myself because I tried not to just like have like one sound at the beginning of the bar, wub 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 wub. One sound at the beginning of the bar, wub 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 wub. Even though that's just what works, okay? Macrodose. Truly a goated name. I'm also a fan. Yeah, I said it. Rub on your titties. Fissima Tenten. Already dropping down the weird and wonky textures. Cool textures, building into a cool riser. Very interesting kick here. feel like I like a bit more brightness, more highs, less mids out of that kind of cold bass. Just wanted to be a bit crispier. I feel like snare is a bit quiet, and I maybe like a different snare because you got a weird goopy kick going on. Maybe you can find a snare with similar goopy qualities. That's something I haven't done much of a tutorial on. I cover a bit of that kind of like whoop trap quote unquote lead in my halftime tutorial, but maybe I should make that its own tutorial. Also, I guess in the Saruta type beat. Yeah, because that lead, those like weird kind of bendy lead, they're super iconic and people need it. There's a tiny bit of room for some funky fills in here. It's pretty straight as is, but I don't know, you don't need fills. I'm always, don't listen to me. Don't submit to the fill peer pressure. Yeah. Definitely like old trap vibes with like gnarly, neuro-y sustained bass though. Simon Says horn riff. Yeah, a bit more variation. Like already, like I feel like just like giving it a bit of a different rhythmic flow would do a lot for variation, you know, like where you have this main kind of thing in the beginning, but then you have with the lead, you know, something a bit faster. That's just a random idea I had, whatever. Gnarly. I feel like these breaks are coming off a bit sparse. Yeah, not everything needs everything. But I feel like there could just be a hair more. Oh yeah, I did cover a bit of this kind of later in DMBU tutorial. That's funny. I'm gonna make a quote unquote wook trap video and make it like Mr. Carmack or whatever. But Mr. Carmack in the title just to spite his wook tweet or whatever. Moister snare, brighter horns. Yeah, that's all my brain can muster the strength to say before the green tea pack starts hitting, as some say. Some breaks would make it a pimpy, straight up Mr. Worldwide. That's what I'm saying. Look, like Shaxton bass music, basically like one step closer to Pitbull hopping on a Subtronics track. course, give, I was about to say Smith Burn a follow. I forget what he said his name actually is. Without the vowels, I really can't tell these days. Okay, Drip. Ton of lovely fellas in here. Pre-mix and master. No, I like him. All right, and that gets it's from Blackhound. That gets every emote. I'm a simple guy. I like the funny cat. Yeah. Okay, I just no. Okay, enough looking at the questionable cover arts. No. Adderall is not addictive. It literally cures cancer, bro. It chills me out so much. No, bro. It shouldn't give you anxiety. You need a new strain of Adderall, bro.
Nephew, yeah, your dad sent you over here to me. Get you about these songs. Yeah, about these ways. I've been listening to you. There's something about you I don't like.
Sounding quite fat. This is actually real live footage of him making this very track in light Ableton. Yeah, definitely could have more kick. Snare's pretty nice. Could maybe have some top end percussion. There's a bit. I feel like a shaker on this beat would hit. Oh, and then he puts in the shaker. You know, just something to give it a bit more push and pull.
I mean, your songs, how you sing.
Pretty nice main riff.
So I wanna hear you.
That's
You know that AIM song? Yeah. Alright. Great. You know it? Yeah. Well, sing it. I wanna hear you. See how you sing it.
maybe like the vocal sample a bit more finessed. The little yoink. Yeah. I feel like the beat is a bit slow. See, I don't know. Maybe you can turn the BPM up. That either or, I would just like a bit more happening to keep it interesting musically. You know, you have some kind of motif, some riffs or whatever, rhythms driving it, but I think I would like either the ones you have that be happening a bit more frequently to really keep it driven, or just more stuff to kind of fulfill that. Do my live save when I'm done. I don't know why I read that at first and was like, are you like a video game, or are you talking about like real life? Is this some weird like metaphysical question? But yeah, link in the description. There's a whole playlist with every live stream.
I hear you. You know that AIM song? Yeah. Alright. Great. You know it? Yeah. Your dad sent you over here to me.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything really wrong with it. Maybe just a bit more interest in that, like intro and break, and just stuff. I'm not sure if it's like rhythmically something, just something happening a bit more frequently. You know, because it just feels like the pace of things is super slow. And if you want to do that, I would maybe like make the atmosphere just like super duper deep. You know, to play off that. You know, to do that, just more reverb, more delays. Because in retrospect, it almost sounds a bit dry for this type of like deep style. I don't know. Jesus saves lives. Yeah, and of course, nice little textures in the outro. Cool stuff. Sounding quite fat. I feel like I should have more to say. Maybe for more variation, you can take it from that kind of boom, boom kind of main riff, you know, and just lay the sub down a bit differently. That might be part of the reason. Well, I don't think it's inherently bad. I would just like it to maybe switch up. Cause I don't know, just kind of slow paced, you know, boom, boom versus you have boop, 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 you know, that's LFO with pitch bends. That's what that sound was. I just LFO'd my body. You see what I mean? Whatever. Done talking. How low bootleg. Tagging all the names.
Okay.
Absolutely stanky beat. Beat goes hard. Even though, like, the deepness of this isn't hitting the same. I want it. It's too trebly. Where's the deep? No. It's not that. I just feel like I want the sub to hit. Maybe just the sub hitting a bit louder, a bit more consistently would kind of smooth over some of these different hits. Also, it sounds like they're also very fitting pick for this. Very booty poppin' beat. Sounds like some are hitting just louder than others. Very much like rappy, like this vibe or whatever. Yeah. Very fat. I feel like I would just, in a perfect world, I would like this wub hitting a bit louder, maybe brighter if you can with the OTTs or whatever, compared to these. Because I feel like when the drop comes in, it's like you establish like this is how it's hitting, but then you bring this in at just like, oh, this is how it's hitting, you know. And some people might like that switch up, but me, I want it to be a bit more smoothed over. It's like, imagine you have like a peanut butter and you smooth now. That was like satisfying video versus peanut butter. Sub could maybe help with that. Yeah, really good main riff, really good flows, really good sounds. Beat is certainly not flipping. Yeah, I mean, I'm just playing it back at this point. It slaps. I feel like you can use one more kind of like slightly atmospheric-y layer for this break. Boing. Like a cartoon sound effect. Crazy. Slap. Substantial amount of variation in the second half. I really like those quick kind of switch offs. Maybe for a bit more like atmosphere or whatever, like I said in the breaks and or outro, you can just really reverb out one of the basses, kind of stretch that texture into a pad of sorts. Yeah, it just slaps. A really nice, wubby, trappy, booty popping vibe. Yeah, just mix down. If I'm really picky, maybe just a bit more like interest, fullness in the break. But yeah, like it just knocks, okay? Nice work on those hats too. I heard that roll. I did hear it. They said Bunting would never hear that roll. He would never catch such a thing. Oh boy, feedback stream. Digging the PFP. The classic, extremely zoomed in anime world. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that.
Weak delivery, but I'm getting spun. Are you kidding me?
Not sure how much is
but I've been on this from back in the day. You should go learn history. Everybody wanna sound like Nerve, everybody wanna sound like Chill, but it didn't work. So they're all jump on drill, but I stuck to rhyme and I sound like me. That's why I've done what I've done in such a short time, my G. I get white, my rip off your guys, my G. Just keep off and hide unique. You can tell from my eyes that I'm smoking high grade G's, and my guys that's team, and I might get dark if you try with me. Might get dark if you try with me. All this contact too much. The rap parts but they get out too much. Jump on the mic and get jacked too much. And best know that I'm gacked too much. But the crowd still gas too much. And a lot of MCs, yeah, they brave too much. But they can't aim and spray too much.
It's sounding nice and loud and super compressed. Almost a bit too compressed though.
Name's quite heavy, your waist too much. 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 Waist too much.
Really hear the compression on the clap. I feel like maybe it's the clap. The transient on it's really hard to hear. It just sounds like a I've heard worse over a compressed track. Not track, the actual track, but compression on it. You know, which probably means you have a nice and balanced mix. You just pushed it too hard.
Best watch your back if you say too much.
That seems to be my main whip. And you can't really feel all the punch of the kick you would want to. You know, like good intro, good tension, drop slapping. Good variation, good switch up here. Just watch the limiter.
So best watch your back if you say too much. I think I get high too much. You can tell from my eyes too much, or smell that I scrape too much. I'm with a team getting way too much, but I'm still gonna grind till I'm paid too much. You just chat about trap too much, while I rap about facts too much. All these contact too much, the right parts but they can have too much. Jump on the mic and get jacked too much. And best know that I'm gacked too much, but the crowd still gas too much. And a lot of MCs, yeah, they brave too much, but they can't aim and spray too much. Name's quite heavy, your waist too much.
Maybe I have some more interest going on here. Sound very cool to me. It's hard to tell how properly like I dig the sound design and the bit like hecticness of the beat and flows or whatever, but I just feel like that straight bam, bam, bam on the sub, you know. Could have a bit more interest and variation. Really interesting track. Somewhat. In terms of the yes. Yo, sex.
Yes, I mean eating a penis.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing to really complain about besides the obvious that Limiter released the track from its shackles of boosted gain. In this part, like, the kick is sounding a bit squashed. On this part, I feel like I'm hearing like the kick and clap. The clap especially a bit clearer, but the sound design is sounding a lot more squashed. You know, overall, squashed. That's the theme. Beyond that, I'm pretty satisfied. Okay, up next, and before I forget, it's my treat time. My time for me to give a shout out to myself, to all 19 of you guys. I'm still having this Black Friday sale on the site. Everything is 40% off. And yeah, a lot of cool stuff. I use a lot of my samples personally because I make stuff I would like to use and I like. Okay, it's that simple. It's not that simple. It's super complex, hard to understand. But long story short, yeah, free packs too. Blah blah blah, 40% off. Get it while it's on the Black Friday sale and support your boy. That's me. I'm your boy, by the way. I don't know if you knew that or if this is news, but yeah. Also, you can get a lesson from me if you want more in-depth feedback or whatever, and check out tunes, blah, blah, blah. Just visit the website, cop the free packs at least. It's the least you can do for yourself. Give yourself the gift this holiday season of banger samples. Merman G. But yeah, it's in the description. HB made with Bunting Master. Oh boy, I hope it sounds good. But yeah, there's a link in the chat, blah, blah, blah. My sellout time is over. Let's hear what DaBaby in his collaboration with Merman G has to say. 222. Truly divine. I like that little subtle flow for the intro. Coming in with this fat beat. I'm liking what I'm hearing so far. Oh, the sub creep. Making me look quite good with this track. Get the Bunting Master today in the Bunting mix racks. I like how you can see the top of the screenshot from Rap Instagram. Yeah, Mix and Master is hella clean on this. I am familiar with Hotline Miami. Very much Hotline Miami type of art in the back. Oh. Variation here. The push and pull on it. Like the West Coast whistle type sound. I don't even know coming in. Yeah, the flow and mix down on this is so clean. He's making me look a little too good. Now now they're gonna flock to the mix racks and put it on their over compressed banger clipping track. And be like, this sucks.
Pull up to the Grammy Awards, my phone. She told me she like I'm dressed, I ain't eat no salad. Stevie Wonder conceded I'm having. I told her you patient, she waited. I gave her the beats, brought down in the beat by the salad. Yeah, in them, baby. You know me, with baby. What you gon' do? Whatever I say, I can piss in the clutch, I'll eliminate, baby. Set your bitch off, I'm a renegade, baby. Get out of there, I ain't feeling that. Nigga run up on me with a cell phone, now they gon' fuck around down on the internet.
Yeah. Maybe like a bit more distinct of a break in here. I mean, there might have been one, but if I didn't notice without paying attention to it a ton, maybe there wasn't one. See, it's like the whole forest worm tree dilemma. Very philosophical. Outro vibes on this. See, it might be the acapella itself. It might be have a bunch of reverb on it, but it sounds a bit messy.
Get out of there, I ain't feeling that. Nigga run up on me with a cell phone, I
feel like I would like it nice and dry. You know, for me, like I'm not often picky about what acapella I get. I am picky. I'm not like, oh, I need this Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You acapella. I will dig to the ends of the earth to find it, and then I use the rough one. Basically, what I'm saying is I just use whatever cleanest acapella I can find. You know, a rap is a rap. I mean, it depends, but you know, I'm not gonna use the acapella if it sounds like dirty. You know, no bad words in acapella for me. You know what I mean? I want the cleanest like studio quality, and I'm gonna use that. And another thing you could do is like to get rid of like some of the reverbs on it. So you can like reduce ambiance preset, can sometimes help with that. Yeah, it doesn't sound too harsh, it just sounds a bit messy. I feel like you could have took it out into a bit of a break here to prepare for this big fat variation here. Even with the meme acapella, I wanted to sound clean and finessed. Yeah, and I feel like some parts like this just don't hit as straight, which is cool. But you don't want to get too chaotic. You want to make sure it has some push and pull to it. Said it, there you said it. Let's go. You see, and you kind of do that, just lean a bit more into that. And I feel like that kind of like scratch effect, which you may have gotten from buntingmusic.com in, I believe, the effects racks. That scratch effect might be a bit too much layered with the vocals, you know, because it's like you have a pretty simple, straightforward beat, you know, with some like little cool, funky fills in the arrangement. Then you just kind of like lay on, all right, vocal scratch, and then more complexity in the arrangement. You know what I mean? You know, make sure you're very mindful with the complexity you have going on here. Make sure elements really stick out and can be followed. At least in my opinion, you know, right rack here, it's very simple and riffy and it slaps here. Maybe a bit too over complex. Even though you keep the riff pretty consistent throughout. You know, same thing kind of here. You get what I mean. That and like maybe a bit more structure overall, like break, intro, build, whatever. You know. But yeah. Shout out the LGBTQ community. Oh, Joe, you're so soft and submissive, even more so than usual tonight. Shout out Joe for being so soft and submissive. There he is. There's Joe. Does the bass community forgive the baby? That's the real question. Me? I personally, I'm a good Christian man. I hate all homosexuals. But even what the baby said, I even think that was too far. Joe loves the gays. Joe actually just came out the other day, and I completely support him.
Efficiency.
Beats coming off quite loud.
Let's go.
Damn.
Let's go.
Don't let the beat distract you from Joe coming out officially. He's very brave. You know, I saw him, as much as he liked licking his nuts, something had to be up. Then he told me. So yeah, interesting intro. I like how you started off with a pretty solid riff and beat. Builds up quite spookily.
Efficiency. Let's go.
Nice and loud master without sounding too squashed though, which I admire. Not really a fan of how the drum clip is hitting though. Nice sounds and flow though. I feel like you kind of just like lifted up a bit too much though. You know, you had like a fake out here, or I think somewhere around here. You know, then you're like, oh, 8 bars have passed, another fake out.
Let's go.
You know, which I think it hits, just be mindful of that. You know, kind of loses some of its Pretty nice variations on it as well. I feel like the variations almost happen a bit too often nearing this back end. Really clean sound design. I concur. One thing though, I feel like this build up is very build up beat. I don't know what I don't even know what I mean by that. And of course, could do less repeating on the second build.
Let's go.
Yeah. I agree on the snare. So the snare, it's almost like it has two transients. It's like hitting at first, but then it's hitting harder, like midway through the snare. Listen closely. It's kind of like it's bam, bam instead of bam. You know.
Let's go.
Another thing is, like, there's a bit of variation. I would maybe want a bit more. You see, not quite the same drop. Sound design varied. You know, but I would like it varied enough to the point, if you think back, like, oh, that second drop slapped. You know, well, for one, you want them to say that, right? But for two, you want them to be like, oh, what did it sound like? You know, what kind of character did the second drop have? I feel like you want the character of each drop to be very distinct. You know, the riff to be super iconic and just slappy enough to ride through a lot of the times. You know what I mean? You know, like, look at like a slapper, and you'll probably be able to get what I mean. I mean, except a lot of tracks don't have those variations ever. Even though, I don't know, that's me. I feel like if you want to have two drops, you might as well make the second one different, because if you want to hear the first one twice, you would just repeat it. You know what I mean? Yeah, slappy track, nice and loud master. Drums may be a bit too clippy. Get the transients in line on the snare too. It felt a bit weird. And like I said, variations. Wah ba 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 ba. You get the idea. Joe's so sleepy. I just put him down on his little chair and he goes right back to rest. Okay, Joe, I won't just hold you up for the camera this time. I will gently caress you. Okay, because I don't want you just hanging out without me. That can't be happening. Okay, Guarzino, with the special font on the G and Z, perhaps indicating that one would call him GZ for short. What do I know? They rolling in. He says, running from the wave of bangers, nearly overwhelming him. Merman G, peace out. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out, laughing at my jokes. Odiax, you're amazing. Nice little intro here, spooky atmosphere with a bit of rhythmic drive to it. That's what I like to see. No tracks have ever started with a spooky atmosphere and rhythmic drive. No, I'm saying it gets the job, and it doesn't. After this beat, see that's how you know he did something good. He started teasing it right. So Merman G, he said, "No, I'm not going to sleep yet."
Hard sound.
I feel like I want that kind of sustained bass hit, be a bit more OTT, just have a bit more brightness to it. Spooky outro. See, sometimes all you need is a ton of reverb. You want to know how to do intros and outros and breaks? Reverb. So something was weird with this build. Let me run it back. Maybe you can introduce those snares with a bit of filtering or volume. Felt like you could have had a little something to like feel like it's rising up to this point, then stopping. Because right now it feels like it's just rising straight and then it just stops, you know, versus like rising, big fake out, gas moment.
Hard sound.
Can maybe have some more fill type things rather than just that kind of silence between song response. Another thing, and this is just generally speaking, this goes for everyone ever on this channel. Anyone ever to make bass music. The thing is, it's like, yes, it's the hybrid trap, freeform bass, classic arrangement. You know, but I feel like if you're gonna do this arrangement, which is very common to say the least, you might as well like absolutely do a new, insane, crazy, never before heard take on it. You know what I mean? Rather than just like wee kind of stuff, you know, because not that it doesn't slap, it slaps. It's either, I feel like you got to make it slap, 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 right? Somehow go even harder while keeping it like straight like the rest, or just do something so out of left field that you are in your own league. You know, you have two options in life. You feel what I mean? Also, snare definitely hitting way too wide, because you hear that kick slapping, which I admire, but I want that snare to not caress me, but disrespectfully slap me. A punch even. Closed fist. No gloves. Raw. And of course, you can maybe have like transient shaping, drum bus type of jaunt to help with that. Yeah. Slappy, hybrid trappy. That I didn't even mean for that to work out as a rhyme. Use the Bunting 2 clicks and it's perfect. Trademark available now. See? He knows. He knows what's good for him, which you can get on buntingmusic.com. It's only like $7 for like a bunch of racks. You can get the 2 clicks and it's perfect rack, which is definitely not a ripoff of Kyle Beats Strip. It is not a ripoff of Kyle Beats Strip, which does everything and better with Ableton stock plugins. It's actually way different than that. Nothing similar. Don't even... See, I shouldn't have even said that out loud, because you guys are going to have the sick idea that it's anywhere close. It's not. Okay. Good beats. He's doing the promo. Peace out, Merman G. Thanks for jokes. Thanks for beats. Black Friday, 40% off. Kind of like this cover art. It's Black Friday. If you look closely, you see 40%. That's a lot of percents. Sometimes I wonder if I make too many jokes. You're all sick of my jokes. You say, give us the feedback boy. If I was at recess, you would point at me and just say, oh, feedback boy. How's my mix down? And then laugh in unison. One thing I'm noticing that hurts my sensitive ears. See, I say, am I doing too many jokes? Then I turn it into a joke. I wonder if that says anything. So I think what happened is you kind of filtered in this drum or the top loop, which makes it so when that resonance like peaks up in the high end, it's an ouch moment, some might say. But yeah, make sure you decrease that. If you really want, you can like decrease it just when it hits that section of the resonance, you know, but yeah, watch the high end always. I like this chord progression in the beginning. I like this rhythmic drive. And this beat creeping in with the filter is a great way to drive it forward subtly. Cut and go. Oh, I like that kind of reverse reverb effect. Very donkey snare. Donk. Very beautiful arrangement on this. Very much sunrise vibes. I feel like maybe you can multi-bank. I'm really digging this sine wavy solo piano. Joe's gritting his little teeth means he's so happy. He's gruxing. He likes the beat. One thing I feel like, and this might be very nitpicky, but so mix down wise, I gotta actually say it. Your piano and kind of lead stuff is very much sitting on top, while the guitar, which I guess is just your other element, is sitting a bit more in the background, which I think is good, but I feel like you could maybe get just a tiny bit more like brightness and presence out of the guitar. You know, maybe just a bit of multi-band compression would make it sit a bit better with me. Some good, wholesome, lighthearted vibes. Other thing is I'll maybe layer just a bit more kind of noise with distortion to this snare, so it's not so just like donkey, at least in this context. Either that or you can maybe tune it and it would hit a bit better. Wholesome, lighthearted vibes. Song. I am still taking tracks. Feel free to drop them wherever you wish. You know, one thing, like, I like how this track vibes. I feel like this kick maybe have a bit more low end. But I like how the track vibes. But I think you can go more places with it, you know, especially using simple instruments like this or simple arrangement. You know, that leaves a lot of room for just more business. You know, I think about that in my own stuff. You know, sometimes I wish I just stuck to basic instruments and sounds. You know, that way you can take simple sounds. You don't have to stress about sound design and all the nifts, ins and outs of whatever complex stuff you're trying to do. And you can just explore things harmonically, melodically, and rhythmically. You know, that's why you hear crazy technical breakdowns in, like, I don't know, metal or something, but you're not going to hear that in electronic. You're probably just going to hear the same loop kind of varied upon, because electronic gets us stuck in loops. But you know what I mean. I'm just talking a bit too much here. But you know, if you keep the arrangement simple, that means you can vary a lot more, you know, rather than worrying about such weird sounds, how they're going to work together in different contexts. If you tip one thing, if it's going to break, shatter into a million bits, or not. Food for thought. I have placed the delicious Thanksgiving leftover platter idea. I hope your brain will digest it into a big stinky poop of cool arrangement. Practically speaking, though, like, you can bring it out to a break halfway through this. I feel like a lot of your stuff kind of takes this shape as well. And maybe this little break in the middle could help you turn things around, change the pace, you know? Yeah. See, here's, I'm about to say it. I'm about to play the advocate, the devil himself. Sounds like, nah. Wait a minute, 1 sec. Let me just keep playing this. This is so bad. Here we go. This is the type beat we have going on. Wait, let me run it back. If it wasn't for the almond break, it'd be a little too close to this type of beat. What do they have to say? So true. Inspiring. But the remedy for that, I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. I just had to point it out, because I'm evil. But I think you should lean more into those quirky elements like that sine lead, which went hard, if you ask me. You know, and maybe stray more into some less happy harmonies. You know, along with that, like I said, like, you can develop it, have a bit more like rhythmic interest rather than so like straight throughout. All right, done with that joke. I felt bad for that one, but I had to say it. It's my job as the feedback guy. But yeah, I like the track. I do like the vibes. Like the arrangement. I'm just evil and love to see Azwell suffer. Waves, Insta Coffee Beats. Of course, give Azwell a follow. Remix and master, no judging. Well, sir, you have come here to be judged. But if this is anything like your last track, I was blown away. My socks were off. I was wriggling my toes around. I was having a good old time. Cool intro sounds coming in with the beat. Complex IDM-y beat. I think this is what the kids are calling IDM these days. I feel like drums might be hitting a bit too loud in proportion to the rest. You can probably bring up the rest. I mean, sound effects and drums are coming in super crisp and clear. Maybe bring that melody up there. So it kind of matches in fullness. Oh, I like that. I liked it so much I had to pitch match it. Very much down-tempo, weed tipper type of business going on, even though I don't like to compare it, because I feel like that discredits the sauce we have at hand. It's developing pretty nicely. I still feel like I like a bit of crescendo, you know? It's kind of just like playing around with this main melody and all the different sound effects, but I would still like to feel like it's kind of, you know, the sound effects are building on each other, which there is a bit more creep in the arrangement, but I just really wanted to be clear. It's like moving forward, opening up. Maybe it's just like densing up over time, which it's kind of doing, but you give it a I'm wrong. I am judging too. That's a judging moment. You definitely have enough of that to make the average listener happy. I'm not the average listener, though. I am evil. We've already established that. Yeah, because I feel like I really wanted to reach like a big climax before like going out to take a breath, you know. And there's definitely a bit of that, like I've been saying, but I don't even need to say it. Ah yes, the subtle widening. Nice break here, cool textures. Very good beat here. Well, lack of beat to pet a rat to. Ooh, that transition. Got a bit of harsh high in there though. Ooh. The straight dryness. This going crazy. K-Time opening up. When I thought the track couldn't get any harder. My brain heard what was there, said no way. Not a chance it gets harder. Brain, you're wrong. Really interesting how you just keep the main jaunt relatively consistent, the melody, that progression, but you add so many quote-unquote micro edits. Again, I would just like a bit more sense of forward movement, even though, I don't know, maybe I'm a fiend for forward movement, rather than just letting things kind of sit there, but I don't know. Of course, take all with many grains of salt, as many as you need. I'm not one to tell you how many grains of salt you need. It's not my job. That's where I draw the line. A nice outro here, with the extra 5 seconds of silence at the end to just completely seal in the vibe. It's like, I don't know, like you have a little Jolly Rancher, you have to twist off the end of the wrapper when you're done with it. Gotta seal it. Very much for fire emoji worthy, Baby Wolf. I'm very impressed with your stuff, Insta Coffee Beats, and yeah, I like it. 1 year ago, oh my gosh, so he has evolved even further from then. Okay, of course, give him the follow. Up next, Writhe, featuring Halloween eye makeup. Don't know what that's called. Mascara. Look, I don't make music. Don't expect much, please. Okay, what's this then? This looks like a waveform, probably with sounds in it, which already is nearing music territory. Felt like core to me.
This is a national emergency.
But he chopped up the rhythms and finessed it so much.
The United
A bit harsh on some of these frequencies. Okay.
States. It is with a heavy heart that I've revealed.
Joe. Hello. Joe is like, I think it's the sounds from the headset.
This information to you all at this time.
I feel like the high frequency sounds were programming Joe's mind to go absolutely feral. He was like trying to crawl on my shirt and stuff. So yeah, I told you Joe was free. Not on stream, Joe. I feel like these drums are a little funky. I don't dislike the drums themselves, and I think they're not hitting too bad in the mix. But they're like kind of trappy, and this beat gives me like heavy EDM-y vibes, 75, whatever. Sub could definitely be louder. Interesting little break there. Really faked them out. Not feeling the kind of variations / fills here. You know, when you just kind of like lift it up, I feel like there's not a lot of direction in that. You hear what I mean? It's just like, oh. You know, the other thing is you could probably like lift the sub off, take the sub off and on, you know, really treat it like a fill, you know, in the same way you would fake someone out with something like that. Make sure there's a lot of context and just finesse in that, like lifting it up to be like, oh, where'd it go? And then you gotta catch it. Wow. Oh, look, I found another. This appears to be a little hat of sorts. Or a horn. Ooh. This drop is in here. comes into a little break here. Some drums rolling up. Ah, watch the harshness. That fill there was real harsh. Scoop highs. See. I think you're varying it a bit too much, you know. Like I like that round, you know, you could have just wrote that out a bit more rather than switching it up so much. You know, just find that one riff that goes hard, Jesus, and write it. You know, a lot of drops are just like the same riff repeated. A bit of variation is good, but too much makes it.
These visually amazing creatures.
Taste.
Nice.
They use
Too much makes it hard to follow.
Doom. Hold on.
Okay. The Birds of Paradise dubbed.
Do something special about it.
It's jungle out there. Hee 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 hee. Little outro.
At this time.
I would at least change the snare, maybe have the kick a bit more transient, a bit less kind of trappy sounding. I don't know. You can get weird with it, but I just feel like something heavier would fit with this. And also, like, I'm not able to also sidechain really deep. Okay, but to not interrupt myself, what I was originally going to say was, I'm not really detecting much of a riff here, you know, just have that kind of sustained bass slapping. You know, you need some type of flow with it. Where is the flow? It comes and goes, but you just need a straight wow, 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 wow. See, that's a drop idea. Got plenty. Here's another one. Wow, and just write it out. Just ride it out. Alright. Joke is real funny. Okay. It's got me coughing now. That's how you know it's good. Give Lil Kid Attacker a follow. In the meantime, I will pull up Arcadian Sound and prepare to have a urination break. In the meantime, I'll be right back, and you can check out buntingmusic.com. Get some banger samples. Yeah, I'll just be right back, though. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Rah, 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 ba, ba, ba. Okay, I'm back. Goodbye, BRB. Hello, Flock. Feedback Friday. I asked Eva if she was watching the stream. She said no. So although I'm very heartbroken about that she hates me and doesn't like me one bit, that means we can say cuss words on the stream, because the adults are watching. It's a boys kind of night. We can put our feet up on the furniture, get some brewskis, some doobskis, some bangers from Arcadian Sound. Sounding like, yeah, I like OTT on some heavily sound design and bass sounds, but it sounds like you're kind of putting OTT on a lot of stuff. I feel like I hear that a bit from you, which I don't always like, to be honest. And the other thing you have to watch out for when you do it, if you are going to do it, which is fine in moderation, is the mids. Like OTT sometimes really boosts the mids, and mids are the no-no frequencies. Bad. Very saw wavy beat. That switch up went crazy. Not went, it's going crazy. It remains crazy to this day. I like how it transition with that. Comes right back in with a bit of rhythmic drive. Some thick sauce. So one thing to interrupt this build-up. You know, I feel like you should really emphasize those low notes on the downbeats and in the arrangement. Like the octave jump is cool with the bass, but I feel like you ride the high end maybe a bit too much. When I believe the low end, that deep note, is what the people want. Sometimes you gotta put yourself aside. I know high notes are cool, but what do the people crave? Just do what you want. Could have a bit of a riser. You could maybe like shift those kind of harmonies. Of course, you can do the basic repeated rising rhythm pitch bend thing, but maybe you can also like add some higher harmonies or really like mess with these harmonies to really have a moment of tension. You know, by that you can really go to like the dominant chord, you know, which are the most tense chords, resolve the best. The 5 to the 1, the 5 being the dominant chord, and the 1 being the root note of what you're resolving. And I feel like it maybe slap a bit harder if you left that top lead out for the beginning, just so you have that gnarly, well, kind of like this. You just have that gnarly band, you know, and then came in with that melody once the fatness has been played out. I don't know, just an idea, because I think that just minimal grit just slaps crazy. Really good melodies, variation. One thing though, just overall with your sounds, I said it sounds very saw wavy, which is not inherently bad, right? Nothing is inherently bad unless, I don't know, not gonna get all philosophical, but you're all saw wavy, which means the texture, it's kind of buzzy throughout. You know, when it might be interesting to work in some different kind of textures to make it just not sound like one big saw wave with different modulations, which is essentially what it is. So you think about it, it's funny if you think about it as like one big saw wave. Like this is just one patch doing all this. That's funny. No, that joke wasn't that funny, I'll admit it. More textures equals more sauce. Sometimes. But I like how this saw wave is being used in a lot of different waves. Waves. And I like that breakdown. That was very dramatic. Remained very musical. Big riser here. I'll maybe play around the arrangement with that kind of gated effect. Tense chords. I feel like dynamically it's kind of stagnated though. I like that riser rising up, but just kind of stopped opening up. Just kind of moved up rhythmically. Both are good. How do you feel that? I feel like then. Welcome to the show. That might help with creating some more distinction in the mix. You know, because right now it feels in between that point of like wall of sound and keeping stuff separate. I feel like keeping this just to make everything everything has its own beautiful range and frequencies where it can hang out and play. Yeah. Cool stuff. What? When was this? What? Was I not here for that? How did I miss that? Now I'm gonna look for it in the feedback. And of course the outro was lovely. Keep in mind what I said about textures though, because saw waves slap, but other textures slap. I mean that, I'm just kind of saying words at this point. Look. Oh no, you that was from an old VOD, I'm pretty sure. Okay, maybe. I don't even know. I'm scared now. Cause wait, what do we know? Getting real philosophical tonight. Okay. Give Arcadian Sound a follow. He has earned it. He has grinded for it up day and night, in and out. Doobies, do you do whip? Is everything tucked in the right crevices? I would hope so. Let's find out. I like this sound of bam, 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 bam. Also, Jonah Kaplan, welcome. Glad to see you here for the first time in history. Glad you like the tuts as well. Me too, I like them. That's why I make them. This drop is quite slapping. Cool, subtle sound design. Going on. I feel like the cadence on it feels a bit weird though. I like that reverse riser business. I felt like, yeah, the cadence hit a bit weird, almost because on this, the beginning of this bar, it didn't really resolve. You see, bam, you have that beat, bam, and then you went bam, while it kind of pitch bends around instead. I'm talking about the sub. You know, kind of resolves a bit late and lazily over the bar. Just kind of an effect, but I would play off that a bit more if that's your intention.
People at the back, people at the side, people on the track.
I'm liking a bit of this riser going on. Good timing on it. Good use of filtering all the riser, all the rhythmic elements. The vital phaser type beat. Overall on this track, I feel like you drag out the cadence a bit too long. You know, I feel like I'm expecting some satisfying like 1, 2, bam, 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 you know, resolution. And it just always happens a bit later than I feel like it should be. You catch my drift? I like this subtle little outro. Goes from full power, then it's like very restrained.
To the people at the front.
Very dope track. I like that flow. Cool switch up. I feel like at times the variations are a bit much. You know, just ride the slappiest riffs. Okay, step 1, grab the slappiest riff you can find, or that you got. Step 2, ride him out. Take him all the way to town and back. I feel like you. Hello? What? Okay, I was scared. I get scared. Go away. Go away. You can't be here. You can't be here. Get out. You want to rap? I'm okay. Okay. Had to think about it. Okay, so this section at the beginning. I feel like you maybe could have brought it into this vocal bit a bit sooner. You know, especially considering just the length. You see that this bit long, this bit not quite as long. This bit cooler, this bit drop 1 long, drop big drop, big long. Okay, you see what I mean? And yeah, maybe even though this was dope, I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. And you could definitely have, you know, build up in a second drop into outro, yabba ba ba ba, yabba dabba do, on my caveman type beat tonight. Of course, give yabba dabba doobies a follow. I'm going crazy with the puns tonight. Going insane. No ice. Ooh. You say no ice, yet this beat sounding quite icy already. Again with the pun. Nice motif in the beginning. These sound effects building up make it quite tense, gives it plenty of forward movement. Claps really creeping up. Ooh, that just straight sub-wub. Damn. It just has such depth, such girth. Drum slapping just right. Confidant, he does it just right. Just how it is. Don't book me for a lesson, book Confidant for a lesson. Because his rates are probably cheaper. And he clearly knows what he's doing. that call and response flow is like so interesting. You know, it doesn't just flat out repeat, but that whip whip boom 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 boom. You know, it just has such a clean cadence to it. One thing though, this build feels a bit of the ifs to me. Feels full of iffy, if you will. I feel like, I don't know, that the way that clap comes in just feels a bit weird to me. Maybe a bit of filtering, or a bit more filtering than compared to the volume on it. And I feel like those claps are really trying to amp up the intensity, but they sound so tiny, they sound so small and quiet in the background, with not much else in the arrangement really moving it forward, besides that kind of foghorn type of beat. Just one little thing pitching up, maybe riser could help with that. Could maybe bring up those main kind of basses just a bit, to at least hit a bit closer to those melodic elements. They don't need to be so in your face, but as a treat. The stream has been so good, they deserve a treat. Okay? Give Confidant a follow. Up next, my favorite track of the night, simply because of the cover art. Love cats. Love rats too, so I'm a bit of a guy of opposites here. Sounded a bit harsh, that little hit in the beginning. Sounded a bit harsh, that little bit in the... Sounded a bit... Pretty sparse in the intro. Not really a fan of this hit, I feel like. I kind of like the pad intro. But this hat kind of interrupting the vibe. Sounds like it's reaching squash territory. Slowly but surely, you can hear it happening in real time. Boys upping the BPM tonight.
My neck, my back.
The night side beat, side trance type beat. I don't even know, it just goes crazy.
My neck, my back.
Not a huge fan of that clap. Like how you tease that quick rhythm. Like I said, not a huge fan of this cymbal. Just not the coolest sound to be kind of carrying the tension, I feel. And of course, a bit of the squash. I feel like you can let those basses breathe a bit more, just mix master wise. You know, not a fan of that just like clipped bass sound a lot of the times. Cool sound design. And more of this cool like timbre shifting. Might be a bit more of that going on here, but it's hard to hear with how squash is.
My back.
I feel like maybe you went a bit too hard on the variations. You know, maybe you could have switched up like 1, 2, and then back to 1. Well, I mean, what you kind of did, so I stand corrected, but you feel what I mean. If I said it, that means some small part of me detected the if, presence of the if. And of course, you know the deal. Second, bit longer intro, bit longer build, break, second drop, outro, and you have a 3-minute track ready for the label. the label that released a distorted, insane psytrance type beat. Yeah, I like the track. I liked it. Deathbed, titrating drip, complete leg. Oh my gosh, this is TikTok music. Key is sounding a bit weird on this.
I don't wanna fall asleep, I don't wanna pass away. I've been thinking of a future 'cause I'm
lovely, but I feel like you should shift that melody or the sample. Melody would be like 2 steps down, sample would be like 2 steps up, because the sample is in D flat major, and your melody.
Wanna fall asleep, I don't wanna pass away. I've been thinking of a future 'cause I'll never see those days. I don't know why this has happened, but I'm probably deserving. I tried to do my
It's kind of weird. It's because your melody's kind of in a F minor. I don't know. I would change your melody from F to B flat. Sorry, I'm thinking. Not a lot of words, too many thoughts. Because that makes more sense as a relative minor. It's close. It's really close.
I've been praying for forgiveness, you've been praying for my love. When I leave this earth,
you know, dun 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 dun, bam, bam. You get me. You get me. At first it's bam, dun 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 dun, dun. This just sounds like it wants to bam, 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 bam. Get in the throat singing.
we'll find somewhere else, 'cause yeah, we still young. There's so much we haven't done. Getting married, starting a family. What
Really not the biggest deal because it's pretty close to being made. It's only a fifth away, which is basically the closest you can get inside the thing. And the beat slaps on its own stuff on its own sound. I like that little flow variation. Kind of weird transpose here. Like riser here, like a bit more riser sound, picturizing what breaking it up. Bit more pre-drop there, maybe. I would maybe warp the sample a bit less, so it sounds a bit cleaner. Don't worry. Every Friday, my slime. Other thing is, the other thing is, I feel like, at least in this part of the arrangement, it's like I'm not sure if I want this like kind of lead to be the main focus or the riff, or the kind of sustained bass. You know, I may be expecting one just fat bass riff to come in, you know. Nice break here. Very transient kick. I think I would like this snare as a layer, but I don't know. I don't hate the snare as much as I think I would, but it might make the whole business slap a bit harder if there's a more transient dry snare. This layer. I feel like the whole thing might be slightly overcompressed too. That could maybe... There's also elements that are a bit dense. It might just be too dense arranged at some points. You know, make sure everything has its own space within the frequency, within the EQ, or whatever. Right down. Yeah, and you could hear the layer out of key dissonance there. I feel like it's a bit full power too much. So yeah, in a part like this, it feels like there's just too much going on, you know? Because it sounds like there's a melody doing bam 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 bam, and it's almost like two melodies are fighting for like the bam 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 bam, like in some areas. I think it's just been full power for a bit too long. Could bring it out to a little break, to refresh. And I mean a break, not just like part with slightly less bass, a lot less bass. I feel like you have like half breaks, but then you kind of bring back power a bit too much. You feel. Nice little outro. Yeah, I like all your little parts here. Overall, I would maybe like make sure some frequencies are cleaner. Scoop mids always, blah blah blah. Make sure everything has its own range. Make sure the beat isn't too compressed. It's looking a bit compressed just from this waveform. If you can see it on the waveform, you know something's up. You don't even need to get your ears fired. Yeah, just breaks, tension, resolve, and that whole structure. 7 key. Make sure he's not squashed. And yeah. I like the beat, I like the riffs, just I really think direction in that structure and the mix down is what's holding it back mostly. And for Hat VD, also known as Hated, I will assume. This track is not working. You can resubmit. Make sure, oh wow, this is perfect for me. Oh no, I thought it was like suggested, these are just trending. Okay, that makes sense. But these are actually perfect for me. I guess I'm a trendy guy. But copy the private link, because if it's a private track and you send the non-private link, it will not work. Make sure you click the share button here or whatever, or you can unprivate it and that would make it work too. Hearing some more resonator basses. feel like this resonator bass could be a bit greater OTT to more upfront. Is this my headphones or? Don't know if it's my headphones or the track. I think it's slightly my headphones. Okay. My headphones are messing up. It's like everything is like slightly panned left. Hate when it does that. Hate it. Drop felt a bit short. Okay, I almost touched the headphone wire enough to get it playing evenly. I just want more interest in the original film. I feel like ever since Dark Dare fell off until it's got resonator bases. But you know what I mean? I feel like a lot of times it's better, and which isn't inherently bad. I just think, well, sound design wise, maybe get some more layers, you know, some more textures involved rather than just the main resonator. Starting with some different color-based techniques, convolution, reverb, bass, be slapping. And maybe just within the resonators themselves, I want a bit more switching up, you know, rather than just whoa. You know, just like quick switching off between basses. More interesting. Bass. Okay, so it's not me. Like, it sound. Okay, it's definitely not me. It's sounding centered now. So you made me mess with my headphones. Yeah, it just sounds like pan left. I like it mono, I like it wide. He thought he could sneak it by us. Yeah, intro gets the job done. Break gets the job done. Outro gets the job done. Like I said, like I think with the main flow, like, you know, switch it between timbres a bit more. You know, and like you don't have to like switch it between timbres. Even that could be cool. You have the kind of bena. It would be cool if you have like you know what I mean? Just switch it between timbres more within the flow rather than just like from, you know, instead of like hit a bit of a you feel me? Joe's trying to climb on my shirt again. What is in there, bro? Go ahead. It's all yours. Now he doesn't even want it. Isn't it funny when everything is given to us? That's when we decide we don't want it. So deep. I mean, I don't know. It depends. The old school rhythm sound is just kind of like the same sound. I mean, I feel like there's still more timbre variation. But it's like, I don't know. Look at somebody like Subtronics, which isn't like real rhythm in a sense. But at the same time, you know, he has like, it's switching between different textures, although the flow is straight. And that's the thing. I feel like if you're going to have such a straight flow, it gives you a ton of room to just go crazy and do whatever you want with the sound design and the flow. Like, of just like individual basses or whatever. Joe agrees. Joe's squeaking in protest. Okay. Give Darko Dare a follow. I hope I didn't roast you too bad. I hope that was constructive. But you know, I feel like there's just so much more room for musical interest. Nice panning with these strings in my radio. Nice vocal. Yes, I would expect something here. That rhythmic starts driving. Rhythm starts driving. He's in the car. He's taking the wheel. Not Jesus this time, but the groove. I really like how it's switching up and developing. Although I feel like the pace at which it develops could be a bit faster. And maybe like half as long for each individual like 8-bar or 16-bar section. Would maybe expect some kind of brightening up in the arrangement. Not a riser, then something like that. Thought about posting. You can post. I cut off submissions when I say so. Although tonight I've been taking longer submissions. Could use a bit more riseriness at the end. Pre-drop, of course. And I feel like the basses need to be a lot more present, fatter in the mix. And drums too could be a bit fatter. You know, I think basses and drums is what you want up front and beefing, while the melodic elements more in the back. Not even that, but just the basses are having more interesting stuff going on than the melodics, you know, so I'd push them to the front. While there's that's the main thing. This mix feels lopsided, and it's lopping the wrong way. Y'all can submit. I will say when I'm sick of you, and I will kick you out. I review all the tracks posted. Almost sounds like you're hitting like kind of E flat, while I feel like your melodies and whatnot would be implying it's in F minor. I just think the bell pad is straight loud. Straight too loud. Before you mess with every mixing and processing trick in the book, just mess with volume. EQ is not it. EQ is evil. If I've ever told you to use EQ, you've been tricked. I've deceived you. Of course, give the geeky boy follow. Another me. Coming in a bit hot, and this harp is kind of sounding all over the place. Can't really tell what kind of melody is ornamenting. You know, something I like to think about when I'm writing complex melodies, or I think people should do more with complex melodies. Even when it comes to like jazz solos, people are doing all these crazy runs, crazy arps, like they're shredding like crazy. You know, I feel like the shred or whatever should be an ornament to whatever main kind of top melodies you want to organize. You know, if you're going in, look like this. Forget the song. No, don't forget it. If I'm going like whatever cool stuff I want to do. You know, like in the end, it's just gonna be Or if I'm doing a little ARP, then it's gonna be. You see, when I'm doing a crazy ARP, even if it's really fast, I'm just kind of. You see what I mean? Like, in the end, I'm just like, that's the melody, right? And this is just, you know, all decoration. You know, that's how I like to think about it. Because otherwise, like, what is being musically said? You know, we listen to music for, like, the cadences between notes. I'm hearing, like, you know, that's kind of hard. Sounds a bit squashed too, and starts off a bit hot. Could maybe use a bit more atmospheric intro before getting into this density. Riser, still sounding quite squashed. Mastering. Might also have a bit too much variation on your melodies too. Yeah, still again with this, just can't really distinguish the main melody. Too squashed, too many mids. Kicks kind of hitting nice in the mix though. Clap maybe a bit louder. And I like this kind of like fill call and response with the bam 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 bam. Never EQ. You heard me. Hyper house. We like this. See, like even this pluck is just sounding very indistinct. I'll maybe get a bit more envelope on it. And just a bit more presence overall. Like even though it's like the only thing, it still sounds like it's sitting kind of back in the mix. When you bring some fat beat in like this, I would like it to be up front. It's not the most foremost element. Foremost, that's what it means. It's the most forefront. Think about it. It's not just like the melody, it's kind of the rhythm of it, you know? You want the rhythm to be catchy, you know? Like, someone's like, how'd that tune go? They're like, wow, you maybe want it, you know, something like that, a bit more repeating, flowy business. Cat in the box, pasting it in the glass, as you should. The other thing is, I think, it's kind of hard to distinguish, but there's like kind of a growly bass you have hitting with your band, like bass line you have going, which is kind of adding to that, like, just mid kind of congestion, mid-range congestion. So I said never use EQ, but use EQ. I just think the biggest thing, it sounds just kind of like over compressed, over processed, like FL Studio Maximus preset type beat. The other thing is like, where is this little mid ring coming from? Is that like might be from like a phaser? You know, you definitely don't want stuff like that ringing out. I mean, it doesn't really matter at the end. It just, that indicates to me it was probably stacking up in this whole arrangement, which would really muddy up the mix. I like this part. This part slaps. And I like this like vocal break in the midst of this. And the structure's pretty good. You have intro, build up, drop, build up, whatever, drop, outro. But you know, watch the squashness on it. Make sure those melodies are really clear and catchy rhythmically and melodically. You know, you want to make something you can remember. You know, make something you can imagine a crowd singing. I think that was like a trick like pop musicians talk about. Like something you can imagine a crowd singing, because that probably means it's easy enough to follow, but it slaps that it can connect with a bunch of people. Maximum preset, max loudness, or clear master. I'm ashamed of the days. Well, I used to use FL Studio. To the days I even remotely thought Maximus preset was the moves. It's incredible. It's incredible these things Image Line are peddling to young, feeble minds. Just Sound Goodizer on the master, better than any Maximus. No, maybe unironically, honestly. Of course, give Virtuov a follow. He deserves it after being his first submission, and I roasted him into submission. You see his first submission, so I roasted him into it. It's a weird wordplay that's not that funny. I apologize for the roast. I usually don't go that hard, but I saw that anime profile pic. I had to. It activated my instincts. It was in self-defense. Guillotine beat. This does not sound like anything like Death Grip's Guillotine, so disqualified. Now this is really vibing. I'm liking all these percussive grooves and textures. Twisting my hair too much on the stream. If you ever see me doing weird stuff with my hair in the corner, that's what's going on. For the world to see. Yeah, really nice melodies here on the main groove. It's just solid. So nice little intro. I'm liking the snare. Feels a bit weirdly panned to the left though. Kick could maybe be just a bit more present. And I really like how it has this forward movement. Like you can hear how it really just opens up towards the end. Nice little break here, bring it into something we don't know yet. That's the beauty of it. Great vibes, I agree. I feel like overall you can get, I guess, all these melodics louder. You know, those drums and percussion very much sitting on top. I just want to feel a bit more fullness from the rest. He has the strap. Watch out, guys. Yeah. I liked it. I did like it. Solid stuff from the guillotine beat. I would maybe, you know, take a section to venture away from the boot. You know what I mean? To something else with a bit different texture. Just because that could be fun and interesting. But sometimes it's just a boot type beat, and that's okay. He's ready for the roast. Kraz8 is prepared. Hashtag lo-fi in this room. Sounding kind of vibey already. The low pass creeping in.
It started by me just sitting inside all day.
Oh, beat already feels very rappable.
Then you get bored.
That's some
Then you're like,
facts.
well, I could just be high and I could have a whole adventure in this room.
I'm liking how that kick is hitting. Snare's a bit funky. Maybe just get it a bit louder, just a hair on the snare.
It started by me just sitting inside all day. And then it's like, then you get bored. Then you're like, well, I could just be high and I could have a whole adventure in this room.
I feel like maybe like a hair multiband compression on the sample could just get a bit more brightness and fullness from it. Really good chops and beat here. Structure's pretty good too, you know, it checks the boxes. Plenty of them. Could maybe like trip out, phaser, reverb, delay out the vocal a bit more. Could be cool.
Then you get bored.
Everybody has
You're like, well, I could just be high
some
and I
one-liners
could have
to
a
say to
whole
this beat.
adventure in this room.
I always like those little drum breaks, lo-fi. Simple but effective. That's pretty much the name of the game. We got the, oh my gosh, the Zach Kinnersley podcast. Who was that? This guy is stealing. He stole your profile picture but cut out the background.
It started by me just sitting
That's just on a whole new level, man.
And then it's like,
Whole new level of disrespect.
then you're like, well, I could just be
Yeah,
high
a tiny
and
bit of
I could have
brightness.
a
I
whole
concur.
adventure in this room.
No, I know that's you, bro. Record scratching would be sick too. I concur. No better way to record scratch than the Bunting Scratch Rack, available on buntingmusic.com. Currently 40% off in the Bunting Effects Pack. Get it today. It can make any sound go in effect racks. Great. Okay. Buntingmusic.com. 40% off everything ever. 40% off everything I own. No, but I like the beat. Needs brightness. Structure's cool. Subtle variations are nice. I like it. Shout out Bunting. Thank you, handsome wanker. From one handsome wanker to the next. Thanks. Blast Operator Rubber Band Whip. This is sounding, for whatever reason, I'm getting like break vibes from this. New submitter. I'm hyped. Hashtag pop. 9 months ago. I knew it. What gave it away? Yeah. Pretty nice riff and sound design here. I think you need the sounds a bit more consistent and stereo width and volume. Yeah. This new snare is not it. It's very panned, not as slappy and transient as the other one. Yeah. More OTTs, brightness, fullness out of all these sound design jaunts. Just want fullness out of it. Could have definitely brought it into a break here, rather than just varying after varying, you know, into a second drop or whatever, you know. It's this guy was on the way before I came in hot with the brakes tutorial 9 months ago. So he should be teaching me. Bring that snare in here. Right here in front of me. Bring it in. See, look, like some of these sounds are hitting gnarly like they should. The other thing is, I think a bit of sidechain would kind of help with like making it feel poppin' and in the face. I always use this one specific Fattener plugin and then I OTT. Bro is gatekeeping his Fattener plugin. You know, we all know what it is. Then I OTT. It's okay. I figured it out, despite the poor capitalization. I mean, maybe just like a bit of multiband compression on the master could just help glue everything together, give it that vibe, but ideally you would get everything a bit closer in volume and width and brightness, you know, with the best Fattener, saturator plus OTT. The old reliable. Oh wait, I think we had a gentleman in here who wanted to submit a track. Okay. Rubber band whip. Give him a follow. I dropped the link up there. Solid stuff for the first submission. Very much breaky vibes. Good sound design. I want the mix master better. I upper compress plus 30. They work. I think Cursor does that a lot.
Hands on the bottle with a bottle full of XO.
You're right. Good variations, good combo. I feel like you're going a bit too hard in the stereo. I like a bit more line sickness. And maybe slightly less distortion or just reverb a bit of distortion. Because between like the stereo-ness and whatnot, it just feels like clipped phasiness at times. I want to feel a bit more distinct. I think snare could hit a bit more transient consistently. Yeah. Too wide and stuff. At least have some more mono signal. It's a bit too wide overall. And that might be what's getting in the way of the fatness. Otherwise, always more saturator and OTT. I would expect a bit more variation to happen around here. I'm trying to wrap things in a sense here. Nice little outro here. Despite me skipping through it, I feel like it's taking a little long. Plenty of time to mix out though, cannot complain. Another track with a slapping beat, sound design and flow. I just feel like that mixed down stereo with holding it back from just that fat sound. Yeah, I can add a bit more variation and tension to these, like intro, break, outro as well. Not just have the same kind of like where them G's at. Wow, 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 wow. You feel me. You know me. You feel me. We're like this. You see, like this. Look in the bottom left, like this. I think the stereo width would help a lot of it. Just a bit too much on the stereo width. Watch how much clipping there is, because it's cool to get gnarly clip sounds, but I feel like at a certain point, clipping can take cool sounds and just turn them into bricks, into like more square sounds, which have less harmonic interest. You know, it makes it sound kind of boomy. You know, mid-range also can be a culprit in that, so lesson learned, scoop your mids. Fog is just goth air. Coming in with the very interesting, intriguing even, covers, it seems. Another new submitter, all the new submitters coming at the same time. They coordinated this, they say, alright, you first. And then they all went. Cool sounds. You're the worst.
Tell me what you say now. Tell me what you say, come again. If you cannot stay down, then you do not have to pretend like there is no way out. Said I'll never let you in, but you got me face down.
Sounding a bit squashed. I'd like to hear a bit more of that sample. Sounds like the sub drums are hitting a bit of the space music. Drums are slapping pretty good too. Another thing is, some elements are sounding just a bit muddy. You might want to watch the mids, especially on like those atmospheric elements. You know, you don't want mids to stand up, especially. Bringing out some fatty riffs. I've tested some similar stuff. See, like, it just sounds... Bass sounds just a bit phasey and just kind of over-clipped. This, like, buzzy bass sounded a bit better. Snare could definitely be a bit louder in the transient.
Don't take this personal. You want special till I make you say. You better act like you know that I've been through worse.
Krasik finally noticed. I just have this habit of me twisting my hair into like little threads. Always done it. Surprised it took someone this long to notice. Nice variations on this. I just want a bit more just clarity out of the basses. Might have like some kind of reverb on there. I'm gonna be really careful with that. And of course, OTTs make everything bright and beautiful. If not full OTT, then turn the time up and the amount down. Just refresh the preset. Trying to complete the Wook transformation. Another thing is the kick is kind of interesting, but it's not very much like a bass music-y kick. You know, know, it's almost like psytrance housey kick with that huge pitch bend. Like other kicks have less like of a siny pitch bend, more of just like transient acousticy clicky layer, you know. Needs to be some notch EQ in the basses. Yeah, that could help with the overall like just kind of clippy boominess of it. Good night, baby wolf. Thanks for tuning in, dropping a heater. Thanks for sticking around this long. The other thing is you have this big like pre-drop teaser, I would expect maybe to hear that played off a bit more in the drop. At least it's like some type of fill or something. Yeah. Just get more clarity. More clarity. But you know, I said all the details. I just need to summarize myself until the end of time. But it's all there. You can skip back through the stream, and you could review the whole stream, rewatch it in the description. And Dropbox is being weird. It appears you linked like the download, maybe, like the direct. Don't tell me that's actually going to fix it. Nope. Okay, this doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, SoundCloud does compress stuff. This is true. Finesse with the EQ, precisely. Scoop mids, always. Oh, it's actually worked. Let's hear it. Nice break beat for the beginning with a little bing hit. Little subtle pre-drop. MIDI bass going crazy. Nice riff on it. Cool vocal hit. Turning into a subtle riser. We love to see it. I would expect something a bit more here. I was maybe expecting a vocal just for the type of beat it is. Lots of cool trippy vocal bits. Faked it out, expected maybe it go to build up there, but switch it up and we went back to the beginning, which I kind of like, but it's filtering out. Just like a bit more development in this rig intro section. Yeah, watch some harsh frequencies like on that one bass. I feel like your bass is overall hitting a bit too loud. Also hitting just super wide compared to everything else. Like how it turns to this break beat guy gets straighter with progression. Let's transition out here. I concur. The volume levels need to be dialed in. Also stereo. I feel like you can get more stereo width out of some elements that help the bass. Nice little pitchy outro here. Lots of cool sounds, nice riffs. Yeah. Cool stuff, man. other thing is, I feel like you should have a bit more emphasis generally in your riffs on the kind of downbeats, you know? Like, not the ups, but the downs, you know? Like, where the kicks hit a lot of the time. While it feels like you have some of the brightest, loudest hits hitting, like, just kind of on off beats. You know what I mean? Which isn't inherently bad. Of course, I gotta say it's not inherently bad. But, yes. But. You know, maybe at least just some things a bit stronger on the downbeat. Like, for example, like, look at Tipper. Look at him. Just look. Look. Look at him. This is Tipper. Okay, have you looked at him? Okay, now that you looked at him, notice that in a lot of his songs, a lot of his bangers, he has like one big hit. He's like, bam, 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 wow, bam, da 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 da, dam, 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 da 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 da, you know, whoa, whoa. You see what I mean? Like, he just keeps that downbeat super strong because that's the strong beat. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around it, you know? So I would kind of keep your sound design, your beef in mind to kind of push and pull towards that zone rather than just kind of like bam, bam, bam. You see what I mean? Okay. This beat sounds suspiciously like what I just said. Nice little break in the intro. Lots of breaky beats. It's on this fine Friday evening at 2:33 a.m. The stream has gone on much longer than my others. A lot of submissions, and also I be taking long on them. Nice subtle trippy riser. More saturation on this boy. And or maybe you can just like have a little bit of like kind of phaser in the mid range. I think you just push this sound a bit more. Maybe a bit too much kind of chorusy phasiness on it. Want a clean, girthy mono signal. You see, like, this basic shapiness inherently has that kind of girth, even though I think this, of course, could always use more OTT saturator. That's the theme of basically the past 10 submissions. More OTT, more saturator. Watch the stereo width. Increase the volume of the initial hit of the drop. That's good stuff. I mean, I feel like a lot of times your arrangement should take care of that rather than using a cheap trick like that. Yeah. Another thing is this intro, I feel like could just have a bit more, maybe like cool textures going on, maybe vary up the sound design a bit more from the drop, just to make it different and interesting and weird and modulate all sorts of weird things. For whatever reason, like the sound it was making felt like it kind of matched up with me going modulating. Run that back. I don't know, now that I turn it louder, it sounds better to me, and I'm less nitpicky about it. Drums hitting really, really nicely. Even though when it plays in a bit drier section, I feel like it could use a tiny bit more high end on the snare. Yeah, solid stuff. Young Sapien, no sidechain. See, I say sidechain, but it doesn't always need it. In fact, a lot of artists, well, not a lot of them, I know in deep dub stuff, for whatever reason, guys don't always use sidechain. I don't know, it depends. Sometimes I feel like I treat it as a band-aid solution in my whatever. Please be as nitpicky as possible. Good. Appreciate you. And you could have cool little fills in here too. You know, dude. Clap came off kind of loud out of nowhere and just in a way. Yeah, clap's just very loud. It almost sounds like it's hitting at different volumes, some different hits, at least like, yeah, like that first hit sounded a lot louder. You heard it. Yeah, not sure what that is. Make sure it's in line. Clap is definitely present enough. That kick, so really good spooky atmospheric beat here. Maybe could you have a bit more rhythmic choppage interest. I don't know, the drums take care of that, but I don't know, I mean the melodic elements maybe. Very gnarly drop, but with how gnarly it is, could definitely use more tension, more risers, more rhythmic tension. Yeah, and yeah, the space is very loud, especially considering that the drums are already quiet. I think a bit of sidechain too would help get a bit more rhythm out of it. Also a reminder, if you're gonna add your lovely feedback, be sure to keep it constructive. Not really sure if it needs this like Reese buzzing throughout, you know, I'm not really sure what that does for it, considering I'm feeling plenty of gnarl from the main bass. The other thing is, I'm not a fan of just like going up an octave. I don't think that's super interesting, and it's not that deep, you know, it's not pumping the sub, getting that girth out. Maybe, you know, move it like a third up, a half step up. I think there's plenty of girth and interest on the downbeat, but when it kind of lifts up in this section here, nice little break here. For sure want the drums a lot more present, and I'm not feeling this section as much, not feeling like there's as much interest in gnarl coming out of it. Beat coming back in crazy with the sub work. take that Reese and kind of have it follow in modulation, so it's not just a static layer. You know, have it follow the wow, 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 wow. Or variation the second bit. I think the second half should just have more interesting flow compared to you have the round one, which is cool flow. Just have a more interesting flow in the second half. Yeah, nice structure, nice bricks on it. And the other thing is, you could just switch sounds more often. You know, you have a big hit in the beginning, like you know. But watch the Make Better Drops video. You know, just add a little call at the beginning, add a fill at the end. Make sure everything has a really catchy rhythmic flow on its own. But drums over everything. Solid stuff, lots of gnarly sounds, and, you know, pretty clean overall, I would say. Give Finite Gaming a follow, even though you've been deceived. This is not anything, doesn't have anything to do with gaming. This is music, actually. Jesus Christ. Okay. Final. No more after this track, Last Call. Of course, it's okay. I don't sleep at this hour anyways. So true. So true. You get the proving point. I agree. Could have had a bit more direction rather than just like atmospheric intro drop. I'm guessing this is kind of a build. Rhythmically and bar wise could be a bit straighter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very much a 6/8 vibe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like the pace is just changing a bit too quick, you know, and you're switching a bit too often. Especially considering that was kind of like intro-y drop of sorts, too, or like that part at least right out. Loud snare there. Big pre-drop. Lots of weirdness coming through. Peace out, Finite Gaming. Thanks for sticking around. As long as you did. Felt like the drop hit kind of weird in comparison to this, the earlier section. Maybe you could have a bit more low end on the kick, just a bit. Maybe have a bit more call and response interaction in the drop. You know, the main brand flow is a bit cool, but I would like to make something to contrast, drop better. Could have a bit more basic shapey distorted layers to that main bass. Phasery type beat. bit excessive. And this section, I'm not really feeling what I'm musically supposed to follow. Could put a bit more effort into the pre-drops. Like the silence is cool, but I feel like you really want it to be deliberate. At least show that in the arrangement. See, I like this part. The flow is very interesting, more interesting than the previous drop. Even though there's not a ton of call and response per se, definitely have some fills here too. Not a big fan of this snare. Sounds kind of band passy. Bit more variation on this latter half too. Yeah. Feels like a promo reel mix. I think you transition things a bit too quickly, you know, especially in this intro and kind of breaks. You know, just write out your main ideas more and don't change things so much when you're laying it down. Solid stuff. No mas. A deep bangerton. Truly a deep bangerton. Like, you definitely had drops present. I just felt like the structure could be a bit less switchy. Saying you definitely had drops present makes it sound weird. Okay, Spook, I Don't Love No More. Without even looking at the genre, this is a hip-hop artist. This is a hip-hop artist. I feel like the tone in here came off a bit nasally. Yeah, but you could have versus I'm no singing expert and I'm kind of ass myself, but I want it to come from the throat. You want to resonate through like the lower bits, not quite the nose. So it comes that nasally tone.
So why you always calling me? Say you missed the old times, say you missed the memories. Money come and chase, I get how it's supposed to be. Money is a race, I'm out calling referees. And you really ain't a girl, I don't trust no more. I be smoking on the blunt.
You're like transient on the 808 and
from the first time we met, all the ice changed. Got an inch from my neck. If you ain't on the team, why you near me? Can't see straight.
You're like that little effect was a bit too much. Well, not too much. It's either I feel like you want to push it, emphasize it more in the arrangement, maybe put a bit of silence there, or have it a bit more subtle. And the other thing is, I think your ad-lib should maybe be mixed a bit further back, if not kind of filtered out, passed out. Also, not quite sure. It feels like you're going all over the place at times with where you have the reverb. Make it real deliberate. You see, some parts feel rushed. You see, so sometimes it feels a bit rushed, sometimes it feels a bit behind the beat.
I'm not sorry, JB, no, I'm not sorry. No more. Need a pop up per 30, I'm a heart sore. Heart torn, heartbroken, heart slush. Play too many games, so I let you on the press.
Of course, if you really want to be surgical about it, I mean, you could do retake after retake, but also you could just make sure the transients of the vocals are lined up more or less to the grid all the time. It's not super noticeable, but it would really help it feel locked in and be satisfying.
I'm out calling reference. So why you off the bit? I be smoking on the blunt. I ain't on the team. Why you near me? You know that you alone. That's why you always on your own. That's why you always sore. I be smoking.
I feel like this beat, like the instrumental of the beat, the instrumentation or whatever, it changes up quite a bit without a ton of rhyme nor reason. No, it's not bad. I just feel like if you're going to be changing up the instrumental so much, I would make that a bit more deliberate, you know, maybe bring some sections out in the drums, you know, switch up the kind of vibe a bit, rather than just like, all right, one section after the beat, just throw a violin in there. You know what I mean? It's not the most constructive advice I've given. But, you know, like, if you want to add in a new element that's super interesting, maybe just, like, take out the drums for a bit, you know, kind of flow it out. The other thing is I feel like the vocals, at least in this style, I'm feeling like they could be just a hint louder. Maybe a bit more like multi-band compressed, kind of high energy. Just a hair.
I'm out, call a referee, and you really ain't the good. I'm always feeling all alone. We gon' have a good time. Bring the twins, we know that you all alone. That's why you always on. I'm having trouble steering. I buy like me once. Money over everything. That you wanna ride around.
The other thing is I was paying attention to the production rather than the kind of songwriting of it. Just generally really make sure like the verse chorus. I mean, at least, I don't know, it depends what you're going for, but for this I'm feeling verse chorus, make sure there's really solid verse, you know, a bit vibier to pre-chorus, builds a bit of hype, builds a bit of tension, then that chorus just really lay down a straight, catchy hook anthem on them. You feel me? Solid stuff from Spooky, new submitter, hip-hop and rap. Give him a follow. No seafood, please, mix down. I feel like I've heard this beep 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 sound before. Somewhere. Cool vocody chords here. Some weird textures. Coming into a beat. Treesap hates you, but told me you should know. I'm not sure if this is news or not. Rising up. Just filters, not enough filters. Oh. I feel like I would like a bit more of this weird, wavy, wubby vibe to be laid out from the beginning. I feel like I would like the kick to be a bit more low-endy, maybe. I'm just weird with the kicks, I don't even know if that's what I want. I feel like at times the kind of lead and the vocal complexity gets a bit in the way of the main riff. You might want to let shine a bit more. It's kind of choice though, because maybe the weird, hard to follow, crazy, wonky, insane vibe is what you're going for. I don't know, I like to just lay it down straight sometimes. You know me. I like this variation here. And I think generally your bass could be mixed a bit louder. To kind of work it out with the complexity of the lead and vocal a bit more. Yeah, expect to come out to a break here, like risers, indicating that.
We just want to tell you what you're doing, you know, for the public and pick up on what's happening, straighten everybody out. Where it's at.
So like in your breaks and intro, I feel like your main texture is kind of like the noisy, white noisy bit, which is cool, but I think I crave more. You know, we've heard white noise. Now introducing black noise or magenta noise. You see what I mean? I'm just feeling like a bit more kind of weird, goopy textures that would contrast well with the weird, goopy textures of the drop. You feel? It definitely gets the job done. I just feel like you can set a bit more of a theme and have some interest, you know.
So everybody has stopped coming on all the time.
I feel like, I feel like it was playing around the beat a bit much, like your main kind of riff and sound design. And then you kind of just like let it up for a bit, you know? Just lay it a bit more on the beat with like the first fret. You know, it feels like it's hesitating in a way, you know, at points. Hit those down beats. Yeah. Cool stuff. Very polished. Mix sounded pretty crisp and clear, although I think, here's my buzzword, use some direction. You know, push that main bass up, get that main riff clear and slappy, and heads will be bobbing. I mean, they're already bobbing, but they will be like bobbing, like squared. The power of 2, in other words. And of course, give Bucks Aplenty a follow. Up next, we got Lamrod, new submitter. This is cool. Moon is also cool. Inspirational. Brûlé. You got the lizard. Awesome. I'm skipping out on the double tracks for my sanity. Ooh. That sub's hitting. With that subtle kick on it. A little bit of some weird rhythmic drive here. No. Can't go back to the track. I feel like if you really want to rig it, you can like maybe boost the kind of like mid-range stuff on the EQ on the basses. Or you can just like multiband compress the whole thing and call it a day, which is lazy and I would never do that.
Can you handle it? 808 bang in the back with the whooper like this is all type of instrument for
I'm feeling like the direction is a bit weird here. Now you're laying it down though, for sure.
We're gonna have some fun.
And also you can just like I was talking about the mix with the basses, but you can just like layer weird textures over the intro and stuff. Yeah, very clean mix.
What would the world be like without it? Who cares? This is hard.
I'm not sure how much a fan I am of the clap. I feel like if he has weird as walking this, it's really weird and walky clap snare hit. This part's getting weird with it. I feel like it switched up a bit too quick here.
You don't have to put it in quite that far.
You're just playing with the push and pull. Yeah, just felt like this section kind of all over the place. It could be intentional, but I would play with weird sound effects like whoa, pitch drop, record scratch effect, weird sound, you know, just to really emphasize how it's being switched up, make it extra intentional. Like in the
horns and everything.
Fart sounds great. Very weird track, bringing in no sample at the end. Sounds like it wants to continue. I feel like you can lay down a bit more meat. You know, the sub and drum work is doing a lot of it for you. But you know, you have that pew 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 pew. You know, maybe just lay down another bit of sound design. You see, it's like it's holding back something. Give me the goods. This element just kind of weirdly kind of serves that, but it varies quite a bit. You know, just lay down some solid riffs. I think you can be a bit flexible with it, just how fat you lay down the main beat. But even still, you want something catchy. Lots of variations, of course. You can have a bit more direction in the structure as well, you know, like this is kind of maybe just a break kind of in the middle of these, and then really distinguish it. You know, just push and pull, you know, if not having like the main intro, build, drop, break, drop, outro, you know, at least maybe hint at it as a treat, or if not hinting at it, make sure there's a really clear push and pull, climax, rising action, whatever roller coaster ride of a track, rather than a loopy mess that sometimes rides up, but like you're looping around. But see, this is a great metaphor. It's like you're trying to go like through some crazy loops and twisty turns on a roller coaster, yet you don't have enough speed for that. While you might go through it, they might be kind of scared because they're moving so slow through it that they're like just hanging upside down for like minutes at a time. You see what I mean? No. That's a bit harsh, but I think that's kind of a interesting metaphor for it. It makes somewhat sense. Of course, I just gave Bucks Aplenty another shout out because I like him so much. My best bud ever. Forget Meta. Forget DM Tree, forget Eva, forget Joe even. Okay. I'm just deleting that one so people will give Lamrod a follow and don't get confused, because that's the man who just made the track you heard. I like it. Me too. Some nice pads, vibes around here. Similar thing, I think I say this a few times to your tracks, is that, you know, layers are cool, but I think what's cooler than layers is counter elements, you know? Counter melodics, counter harmonics, also known as just bass lines to chords, you know what I mean? Really nice vibe laid down from the beginning. You've improved a lot. With some good tension introducing. Ooh, mix sounded pretty clean. Ooh, liking that weird snare. Yeah, cymbals just coming off a bit corny though. The rest I am freaking with. Pardon my language. And I feel like that beat and ARP is laying down some nice substance. Bit of a singing melody line on there. I think I would like your piano element to be a bit more up front, because I think that's the main substance, main melodic interest carrying the beat forward. Nice little break with some tension. I feel like I'm really expecting the bass line to shift around. Whoa, 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 whoa. You know, it's shifted around a bit, but I think there's an opportunity to lay down a bit of a bass line, and then maybe keep it a bit more centered on the root note for some harder sections. Gives it that harder, more beat vibe. See, I like your melody here, but I like it to venture out a bit more. You know, just like really sing it out. You know, go do a full-on singing whistle solo. Feels like some of the elements are shy. I definitely agree. You know, you could really go on like bam. Really singing elements I wasn't gonna sing, so I whistled. Hope that didn't clip the mic into square wave oblivion. This is the second beat that has had these like clucky sounds in a row, in fact. Bring the puppies out. I agree. You see the puppies? Go grab a puppy. Joe, come here. You're basically a puppy, right? I like the vocal quality to this lead. Just nice sound selection, nice arrangement on this. I would just watch the cymbals. I would like the arrangement to see that's the thing. Like, I gotta find new words because arrangement can refer to like the instrument choice, sound selection. But I want like the melodic progression arrangement to venture out a bit more. You know, hitting different bass notes, having some even more singing melodies. Outro felt a bit quick to me. You can let that ride out just a bit longer. And of course, give him a follow. Shout out Bucks Aplenty for chatting it up with all his feedback. Much appreciated to anyone who gives their feedback, but make sure it's constructive or else I'll be upset and we'll all be upset. The guy giving feedback might start crying, and we don't want to deal with that. We are not emotional support group. We are grind sesh. Yeah, more top layer, possibly. Conscious Bandit. I don't believe you're the only gentleman to have this profile picture who has submitted in this vicinity. Am I complaining? Maybe. I liking the beat though. Oh, I like this like kind of vocally bottle blown sound. New computer. The sub on this, yeah, definitely dense, very dense in the mid-range. Another kind of like texture. Make that a trap plate, could be kind of cool. Yeah, just watch how the mids stack up, especially when you're gonna be hitting subby sounds and high octaves. I just don't often do it. Could have some like little transition sounds, just little riser, like that, sample that. Could venture a bit more harmonically with the bass line rather than just the octave, you know? Yes, the answer is yes. See, I'm nothing like these dudes. I see what other people are doing, and I say don't do that. These dudes, they say, the trees, yeah, I want to be him. I want to actually transform into him. They start dressing like him. They start talking like him. It's scary. It's gonna happen all the time. I'm liking the sound selection here and just general vibes. Kick could be hitting a bit harder. Hats a bit. The sound on the hats is interesting, and I feel like the pattern on it is a bit repetitive. The other thing is, I think structure-wise needs a bit more direction. You know, it just feels like cool section, another cool section. You know, I want there to be a bit of dynamic push and pull. Risers are the easy way to do that. You know, I want to feel like it's lifting up at some sections, dropping down at others. You know, and having the beat consistent is not helping that. You know, just take out the drums for a bit and that'll already create a lot of contrast. Also, you can have a bit more interesting flow, you know. Wow, 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 you know, or wow, 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 wow. Yeah. Lots of good ideas, good sounds, cool stuff. Of course, get the mix down, cleaned up a bit, even though it's already quite clean, dare I say. But really direction in the arrangement and like the structure of the piece overall. You know, you want to feel like introduction. Oh, it's setting the stage. It's building up. Oh, dropping some fat bass on them. It's fading out. Chill time. Oh, it's doing it again, you know, rather than just like cool section. All right, now another cool section. It's like, oh, that's cool, but you got to build up that momentum. Think back to the roller coaster metaphor. Whenever you have doubt, go back to this stream. I'm not reviewing this one. I like to say no mas. I don't like to make exceptions, but this track has further knocked it down the radar. In fact, a little too exposing. Sussed for YouTube. But yeah, that was all for tonight. Thanks to everyone who tuned in, especially the dudes who stuck it out to the end, if they're even still awake. Once again, if you want to support me, you can do so here, buntingmusic.com. There's a Patreon. You can get video presets, project files, and more for learning purposes. And my whole shop, I have 40% off. And yeah, you can get cool packs, get free packs, get paid packs, get lessons from me too right here. Do whatever. Just go to this site. Ba ba ba. Yeah. And that's all I could think to say. Yeah, really thank you guys. Without you, I am talking to no one. I mean, I kind of am talking to no one, but it is being transcoded, encoded, transmitted through the screen to you. Crazy what technology has done. But I'm done talking. Playlist is in the description. All the links are in the description. Everything you'll ever need is in the description. There should be food in there for like at least a year, 2 years even, if my calculations are correct. There should be water. There should be a generator. In case anything happens, you know where to find me. Yeah. Okay. I'll add subtitles to this. It should work. Because I know some of us aren't the best in English. The previous guy in last stream was saying, bro, please subtitles. And I was saying I can't get them to work during the stream, but I think they work in the recording. And I'm done talking. Go to buntingmusic.com. I love you guys. Peace out.